I'm Andrew Basiago, and this is The Quest for Truth.
And my name is Aaron Moriarity. I'll be your moderator. And here we are for our second installment of The Quest for Truth with Andrew Basiago. Welcome back, Andy. We got a lot of people that asked a lot of questions.
Good to be back, Aaron.
Good, good.
I'm good to go. You know, I've had a great nap this afternoon and had a wonderful hero sandwich and took a couple showers. So I'm wide awake and we can go as long as we need to answer all these questions from last Friday, June 10th show.
Yes. And people who have also sent me questions. I have those as well. Right. Operation Shutdown and Gary McCusker.
Yes, the great Gary McCusker. He's been a true ally. Yes, I'd be happy to answer all of Gary's questions.
Okay, well.
So let's just dig into those. I've got all the time we need tonight.
Okay, great.
Let's not worry about time. Let's just answer all the questions. But there are a couple things that I want to address first as follow-ups to last week.
Okay.
Last show, as it were. One involves the full nature and extent of my conversation with General George Washington in August of 1776. One involves a correction of something I said regarding the Glomar Explorer. That was just kind of a spoonerism where I used the wrong word. One are some general observations I want to make about the truth movement and sort of the epistemology of the truth movement. I think it's in danger. Epistemology, of course, is a fancy word that means the study of the theory of knowledge. I'm not sure I got that right last week. I think I got that backwards. But I do think that the truth is jeopardized right now, and we have to focus primarily on that problem. And also, I want to recommend another work in the truth movement that I forgot to mention. It was the 11th work. It's a very important work that explains a lot about the American government since World War II and the politics of assassination. It involves Dr. King's assassination. So I want to discuss that book and other possible victims of the war on the anti-war movement. I have some names that I think are going to startle people that I believe were victims of the war by the deep state on the anti-war movement. And then I want to discuss the pattern of false claimants in the evolving literature of the secret space program who allegedly is deceased, so I can analyze his claims and statements made to me and conversations I had with him. And that would be the late Max Spears. That arose not because I was deeply concerned about the legacy of Max Spears, but because a friend of mine lauded his legacy on Facebook, and I didn't want to make an issue of all of the clear and present evidence of the falsity of Max's claims. But I think I should use that tonight to just sort of use that as a foil to say, look, after a certain number of false claims are established, a witness loses all credibility for their testimony. And we have to apply that standard in the truth movement. I also have a question that somebody posed about the Paul is dead controversy, and that is, was the evidence of putting Paulisms or these obscure esoteric references to the death of the original Paul McCartney on arguably either September 11th of 1966 or November 9th of 1966. Did that extend into the work of the brilliant replacement for him, the new Paul McCartney, with his new group begun in 1971, Paul McCartney and Wings? And I have a lyric from one of their best songs, one of Wings' best songs, that I would challenge anybody to refute is a reference to Paul's death and its aftermath, its impact on the Beatles and so forth. So I want to go over that and really just field any questions that have accumulated, during and after last week's show.
Okay. If you had a question from last week's show, please type it out, and I'll see if I can catch it on the chat here. So, well, do you want to answer Mr. McCusker's question?
No, I'd like to start with with addressing my fall 1970 conversation with General George Washington in August of 1776 when they sent me back via chronovisor. I want to contextualize that time travel, explain why it was done, what I said to Washington and what he said to me, because last week when I was discussing that, I was focusing so much on imitating George Washington's sort of gentlemanly British way of speaking. He sounded a lot like Prince Charles in the modern instance. That I screwed up actually what he said to me and why. So let me start at the top. What they were doing was going back and using chronovision, this electro-optical device that created moving holographic images of initially past events and people and then future. Studying the lives of prominent people like Jesus of Nazareth, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and so forth. Theodore Roosevelt, Thomas Edison, people that they had a lot about from books, letters, diaries, notations, etc. Even paintings and sculptures, right? And they wanted to see whether the information derived via chronovision compared with the other forms of historical data that had always been relied on, like those things that I mentioned. So when they were looking back on the ministry, the crucifixion, and the resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth, they were basically saying, well, does this correspond to the Gospels? Okay. And they found that it did, except my dad noted that there were two angels who appeared in Jesus' crypt before he resurrected. But anyway, when they were doing Washington, they focused on his tent at Brooklyn Heights, right before that famous retreat from New York Harbor. Even in David McCullough's work, 1776, which I believe was published in 2005. There we go, with an error or a comment misstatement. I meant 2005, not 1905. They focused on George Washington's tent, and they saw me and one of the other children in the program briefing him. So they recorded via chronovision what I was saying to Washington. A lady from DARPA came to my school and had me memorize what they had me on, taped chronovision saying to George Washington, then sent us back to his time to brief him on what they already had evidence of us briefing him on, right? This is the non-linear paradoxes of time travel and what I call retrocausation and protocausation. This was a paradox of retrocausation. They had the data of me doing that and therefore sent me to do that, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, basically what I said, I have the full lengthy version in my book, and that will be published. It's already been written. It's part of the book. Basically what I said is, General Washington, we are time travelers from your own future. The year 1970, almost 200 years in the future. We have been sent here to tell you that you are destined to win the war that you are currently waging. It will lead to the creation of the greatest nation in the history of the world, a nation called the United States of America. You will be known in history for all time as the father of your country, of that country, the USA, also known as America. Indeed, the capital city of that new founded nation will be known as Washington, District of Columbia, or D.C. in your honor. But, sir, General Washington, none of those propitious or propitious, I think the lady from DARPA had me use the pronunciation propitious. None of those propitious things will happen. Now, bear in mind, Aaron, I was a fourth grader. This was 1970,
Wow.
the beginning of my fourth grade year. So they had me memorize, but sir, none of those propitious things will happen unless you retreat your troops from New York Harbor immediately. Now, Washington looked at me quite seriously and in his typical sort of resolute, courageous, intelligent way. And by the way, he had granny glasses on when he was looking at me, very much like Ben Franklin, round granny glasses. And he said, Andrew, it's Andrew, right? Now, I don't understand this term you're using, time travel. I mean, Andrew, if I travel from New York to Philadelphia, I can walk, I can take a horse, perhaps I can ride in a carriage. But what do you mean by time travel? And I described for him what we meant, how in the future, the government of this country, he was going to be responsible for founding and being known as the founding father of, the father of his country in regard to, would find a way not only to move people in space, but in time. So, for example, they could go back 200 years into the past, just like they would walk between two cities in the modern world. Now, when I told that last week, I was focusing so much on imitating Washington that he said to me, well, I could walk or take a horse or perhaps ride a carriage between New York and Philadelphia, or perhaps New York and Washington, D.C. But he didn't say that, Aaron, because that didn't exist yet. That's what I told him about when I met Washington.
Okay.
So I really felt a need when I listened to last week's show. I mean, I seldom listen to my TV or radio appearances or podcasts. I just don't do it because I remember what was said, and I really don't want to focus on the dynamics of my performance. That's an old secret I learned on the Mike Douglas show. You don't, watch your media appearances. They can inhibit you. It's like Frank Sinatra and Andy Williams never listened to their music. And look what great singers they were. So, some of my favorites. And so anyway, I just wanted to clear up the fact that Washington never mentioned Washington, D.C. to me. That was a mistake. I made a mistake. That's because I'm a human being, as we all are. So one of the things we have to do in the truth movement is we have to differentiate a mistake, some error of verbal locution, as it were, of verbal accuracy, from a clear and present sign of falsity. That's difficult to do. That's what many criminal trials and civil trials in our courts are about, discerning what somebody said from what they meant and what they knew. Okay, so I knew if I had spent time, as I did over the last week and even tonight on this show, remembering precisely what I said and precisely what General George Washington said, that would be accurate testimony. But my testimony last week was not accurate. That doesn't mean somebody is lying. Now, I also wanted to say in regard to that there's been a fallout among one of the people that I mentioned in the Literature of the Secret Space program that I do not believe. I don't want to mention that person's name. But it was stated that this person is now believable, or this person did serve in the secret space program, because this person was found by somebody's relative in the CIA database. But wait a minute. That's the same kind of error of factual analysis that has sort of vitiated the reliability of the truth movement. Jim Mars, who was a good friend and a colleague of mine, I actually ghost wrote some of Jim's material. I ghost wrote, for example, the foreword to the book Celestial Secret, The Hidden History of the Mystery of Fatima, the second work in the Fatima trilogy for Anomalous Books for Jim Mars. And he sent me back a one-word response. Perfect! Exclamation point. And that was it. We ran it. So Jim was a friend of mine and a colleague of mine. I didn't mention some of his works like Rule by Secrecy or Alien Agenda, but let me put those on the list of my colleagues who have made estimable contributions to the truth movement. I would add to that really Jim's 7 bestsellers were all great works of truth. But anyway, Jim told me how he was in these government records, military, intel, and so forth, not because he had worked for them, but because as a journalist for like the Dallas Morning News and the author of Crossfire, the plot that killed Kennedy and so forth, Jim was deemed reliable. Just as I mentioned last week, that because of his quest for the truth, my friend and colleague, Dr. Michael Sala, is also relied upon by military and intelligence agencies and departments of this country for his reliability. So, we mentioned Michael's excellent book, Kennedy's Last Stand, when we talked about these estimable works in the truth movement last week. So you can't say because somebody is in, let's say, CIA records or Navy records or NASA records or whatever, that ipso facto they served in the covert or secret space program. That is just not a logical conclusion.
Right.
It's really comparing, I call that apples and oranges. It's using one truth to try to establish a completely separate, independent truth. So we have to watch for that in the truth movement. There's been a lot of that. The other thing I wanted to mention about this issue of my accuracy regarding what Washington said is that in my experience, now sharing my very unusual experiences, my true experiences for 20 years, after investigating them for 30 years, 1 years at this point. No, excuse me, 33 years since my father asked me to tell the story of Pegasus back in 1989. I have told my story many times. Many people know it. Some people are in it. But every time there's been what I call an elision of reality. An elision, of course, is that ... in writing. Something's been removed or suspended or delayed, right? Or extended the length of a pause, a removal of content or whatever. What I'm finding is that I tell people stuff and they embellish it and sort of script themselves into the story, or really don't later claim that I said what I said. It's kind of like that post office effect that Norman Rockwell wrote that famous painting about, where one lady says one thing to one lady, we see her expression that she's shocked, and it then goes to like 20 people, and the last person can't be responding to, like one person laughs their head off, and one person cries, and one person is shocked. And in other words, we have to be aware of the fact that we are all living in only a semi-overlapping reality, and that's going on in the level of communication. So we can have multiple contacts with somebody, we can write with them, we can go to conferences with them, we can appear on TV and radio shows with them, or whatever. We can have a dinner party with them, go to their house, whatever. Have human contact with them. And exactly what we said to that person is taken by them with their discernment, their listening ability, their intelligence, and all the factors that go into their creation of their worldview. And what I'm saying is I'm certain that all of us independently is ultimately, at the end of the day, creating our own reality. So we have to account for that in the truth movement. So what I'm urging is a suspension of judgment. At the same time, I'm urging that, look, if 4 or 5 signs of falsity are literally a pile up around somebody, we have to stop lauding their legacy. And that's why I'm eager to talk about Max Spears tonight. Okay, so what was the second thing?
The Glomar Explorer.
Right, I called it, this is an example of error. That doesn't mean it didn't happen to me. My contact with Howard Hughes was affirmed by a general in the Air Force who's written a book about Hughes and studied his life and spoken with his children and his third wife and so forth. And that is Major General Mark Music, principal author of Boxes, The Secret Life of Howard Hughes. What I said on last week's show was a mistake. The Glomar Explorer was not a dirigible or airship was a submersible, a water ship.
Okay.
So that was an error I wanted to clean up.
All right.
So what do you know? We're all human.
Yep. Say there was a question asked numerous times by Paul in the chat. What do you know? Do you know anything about Valiant Thor?
Okay. I know that Valiant Thor was befriended by numerous Hollywood personalities and some Washington political personalities, including, I believe, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. So I would direct
Paul,
your listener, Paul, to Michael Sala's book, Kennedy's Last Stand, to see if Michael mentions anything about Valiant Thor in that work. I don't remember if he did. Now, I also know that Robert Potter of the Mount Shasta, California area, brought forth a gentleman, I believe his name is Raymond Kenner, who has shared Venusian literature with us. So I don't know anything about the Venusian. To my knowledge, I've never met any. I've heard it claimed that Nikola Tesla was, but I did not meet Tesla. He died 18 years before I was born. He died in January of 43, and I was born in September of 1961. Now, Jack Pruitt and his father from Project Pegasus did go back and meet Tesla, but I don't believe the Pruitts, including their son Glenn, the father's grandson Glenn, the son of Jack, were Venusians. I'm not a Venusian. I don't believe I've met any. I certainly never met Valiant Thor. That is a data point that I can neither confirm or deny or even give really an opinion of, because it is simply outside what we would say my ken, my knowledge. And as I said in last week's show, experience is the primary form of learning of reality. Knowledge is the second, and belief is the third. Now, I could give my belief that the Valiant Thor story may be true, but that's all it is. It's a belief. It's not knowledge, and it clearly is not experience. I had contact with the Homo Martis Terris, the Homo Martis Martis, the Homo Martis Extraterrestrialis, the Homo Martis de Minimis, but not the Homo Martis Sasquatchus, although I met, as I described many times, my 1966 encounter with two rather human Sasquatch. But we know that there were as well a Sasquatch group of primates on the Red Planet. So, having said that, I am a Mars explorer. I was never on the moon, and I was never on Venus or any other planet or planetoid or moon. And that has, quite frankly, been the pattern of the U.S. space program, both the overt and the covert or secret space program. Most U.S. space explorers haven't gotten sort of this broad introduction to multiple planets and planetoids in our solar system or even outside our solar system, because their training and their work is to go to one place. I was all over the Red Planet. I went about 20 times. I arrived in like 7 to 8 jump rooms on the surface of the Red Planet, and they were primarily all over the planet in the middle latitudes of the northern hemisphere. I've estimated around the location of Columbus, Ohio on this planet. But no, I wasn't on the moon. I wasn't on Venus. And I never met any Venusians that I know of. I did have contact with the small grays, the tall grays, not the reptilians, not the amphibians, not one Nordic, indirectly. I mean, I was in the same building with the Nordic. And one orange stood near my bed when I was a kid. But I had primarily a lot of contact with the small grays. And I met two tall grays under Albuquerque, New Mexico, near the Manzano weapons storage area. That's it. So I'm not really somebody to be able to answer a question about the Venusians like Valiant Thor. It would seem, based on Michael Sala's work, Kennedy's Last Stand, that even JFK had consulted with Valiant Thor as a result of his friendships with people in Hollywood. But I would ask somebody to check that before that's stated as a fact about Michael's book.
Okay.
Those are some leads, perhaps, into that question about Valiant Thor.
Okay. Back from the Future asks, Andy, do you think you left any residual bioqubits back in time? If so, part of you is still there. The wormhole is still open as a result. Active still? I don't know.
Perhaps. I don't know. It wasn't discussed. There was an incident where we took the chronovisor to a location in the Red Rock area of Arizona, which would now be around where Sedona, Arizona is, that sort of distinctively red terrain. And we had a device that opened up like a laptop and then sort of propped open at a 45-degree angle to the sky with kind of like a radio sonde device in the middle of it. And we were told to just leave that there.
Mm-hmm.
And then a couple days later, when we were back in the auditorium of my elementary school, and meeting with some of sort of the young professionals for like the college and grad students on the program, one of them got very, not so much angry, but very distressed because the very radio sonde that we had left in Arizona in the past was found, having been discovered in like 1905 and donated to the Smithsonian. It was like found in the work of a prominent American archaeologist or anthropologist, like a Roy Chapman, was it Andrews or Adams? Roy Chapman Andrews?
I think so, yeah.
Roy Chapman Adams. I forget which it was, but his name was mentioned. But it was in the Smithsonian as a sort of a technological mystery. But it's the one that we had put there. So he was showing, like, look, if you kids think this is a game, you are really going into the past, because this was just provided to Project Pegasus by the Smithsonian as something that was given to them in like 1905.
Wow.
We just gave it to you here in 1971 or whatever.
It is Adam. It's Adams, by the way.
Was,
it's Adams, by the way.
huh?
It is Adams, by the way. Adams. Adams is his last name.
Oh, it was Roy Chapman Adams. Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So there are many great Adams, right? Henry Adams, Charles Adams, John Adams, John Quincy. Okay, so I even have some friends in Washington who are Adams.
Don't forget
John Adams.
Don't forget Gomez Adams.
So anyway, it's a very large family now. So anyway, I know that equipment that we left in the past, some of that must subsist there or survive there, because one of the devices was given to the Smithsonian, a good 60 years before we were born, or thereabouts, 55 years before any of us were born. And that was probably my device, because they had serial numbers that were linked to each of us.
Oh, really?
And the guy kept on looking at me when he pulled what was left of the device out of a box, like threw it on the stage of our auditorium.
Wow.
Our auditorium was in like a basketball court, indoor basketball court at the school. There was a stage on the end of it. And he kind of had this box, this cardboard box, and he threw the junk that was left of that radio sonde onto the stage and said, "Look at this, kid. This was one of your devices that we gave you to put in the past in Arizona, and it was just turned over to us by the Smithsonian. Wow. Roy Chapman Adams found this," or something like that. Okay, so and he looked at me a lot during that tirade that he went on. That's the only thing I know I left in the past, besides, again, this links to what happened with Washington. Remember I described how I gave him that written hologram?
Yeah.
And tell him, and was instructed to say, if he didn't believe me,
right,
that we were time travelers from the future. Look at this, General Washington. Surely this is not a printed artifact from your time. And he agreed and said, well, this is surely something on the show, old Ben Franklin. You'd be fascinated. So that may, for example, be in Franklin's records, some sort of 1970s generation of those kind of holograms that were then appearing on the cover of National Geographic.
Yeah.
The kind of two-dimensional holograms,
mm-hmm,
where you would turn the paper and it would kind of show a third-dimensional sort of optical illusion or effect.
mm-hmm.
But no, those are some of the things I know I left in the past. There might have been some clothing when I went back to Gettysburg in 1863. Certainly the clothing that they gave me, like the shoes that John Lawrence Burns gave me, that I was in when I went back to the present, just totally, fell apart when I went back to 1971.
Wow.
So there were sort of non-linear movements of materials on Project Pegasus, as well as somebody who walked through one of the devices and came back to the present, and we had to send him back. Now, let me mention something about Alfred's book, The Chronarchy, that I think supports it. If we recall the account I gave of the time I went home, and the woman who answered the front door was not my mother. It was, in other words, somebody else was living in our home.
Wow.
In Morrison, New Jersey. And it was the same address, same number. I gave her the full address, even the zip code. And then she finally opened up the door again and listened to me and took me inside and complied with my request to call the government. She called the government. The government then contacted my dad. My dad later said the government contacted me at work, and we did what we needed to do to get you home. Now, Aaron, I thought about that more deeply since we last spoke on last Friday, the 10th of June. And I realized, wait a minute. For them to get me back from that dimension, one in which not even the same family was living at my family's address in Morris Plains at the same time, which is not possible unless it's another dimension.
Right.
They had to have interdimensional communication. That's supported by that listing post that we call Montauk Southwest, up Microwave Tower Road, north of Pagosa Springs, Colorado, right west of the Continental Divide sign.
Okay.
So I think that I want to mention that as sort of strong circumstantial evidence that a chronarchy does exist, to the point that it means that even when I was on Project Pegasus as a kid 50 years ago, the U.S. government was communicating with a branch of itself in another dimension.
Wow.
That return from that dimension could only have been accomplished by the government being contacted in that lady's dimension, and then it contacting with my home dimension, because they got me home.
Wow.
And I mean, I was really relieved to be back in my reality, as it were. That was a very traumatic experience.
I bet. Now,
but amazingly, because I've been given specialized training, I haven't even had a nightmare of that dream ever since. But I should have. It's pretty nightmarish.
yeah.
Some lady I didn't even recognize answered my front door when I went home. It was pretty, I was a lucky kid. I mean, I remember, a statement Willie Nelson, the singer, once made, musician, that he felt that he was so accomplished in adulthood because of the love and nurturance that he got as a child. I was such a lucky child. But to go home and not find that loving mother at my front door was really frightening. And we had strong family unity and love and solidarity, and that was really disturbing. So those were some of the more frightening things I confronted in Pegasus, but I didn't fall apart. And that was one of the reasons I want to tell my story so much, is to remind people that, look, even a child survived the vicissitudes and experiences of time travel. So there's not a lot that we can't endure and rise above. That was my métier, my ultimate motivation for coming forward.
Awesome. And you did mention something right before that someone from the past stepped back into 1970. And I vaguely remember you talking about that, but before you answer that, I got to say thank you to Dark Brain for the super chat. And he says, what ET races does Mr. Basiago believe to be residing on Earth? Are they all in underground bases? Have any Martian races been relocated here?
That I know something about. We had a lecture in Project Pegasus in 1971, my fourth grade year again, where we had to stay in our fourth grade classroom where the other kids were going out and having lunch and playing, lunch break, lunch hour. And we were told that there were about 70 ET species known to have been visiting our planet, and that the most frequent visitors were the large grays, the small grays, the amphibians, and the Nordics. We were not told whether they were in underground locations. Now, the small grays and the oranges visited me in primarily nocturnal, but some diurnal, local environments above ground, inside my house, on my lawn, in the neighborhood, as it were, in the woods as well. Now, the two tall grays I had an arranged meeting with, like a summit meeting with, were underground because they were being hidden from the above ground location. But I interviewed people, I don't have the notes, they're in storage. But I interviewed people who had things like small grays show up outside their windows in what state? New Mexico. I was told, but I don't know, that some of the Martians, both the Homo Martis terras, which are very much like us, because they are the descendants of the Earthlings who were on Mars during the solar system catastrophe 9,500 years ago, or 9,500 BC, so 11,500 years ago, as well as the Homo Martis Martis, the original indigenous Martians, as it were, the sort of more haunted, Marty Feldman-looking ones, rather than the Jesse Ventura, Patrick Stewart-looking ones, are in locations outside Santa Fe, New Mexico. I believe the Sangre de Cristo Mountains of New Mexico and Colorado, as well as locations in Latin America. I believe they were moved there because they asked to go to our planet, but the government wasn't ready to essentially declassify aliens among us, as it were. They didn't want, grays walking down the street. Now, William B. Stillings, my fellow Mars astronaut, claimed that he stayed on the program longer than I. And one of the things he was doing was liaising two Martians who were settling in Los Angeles, and that many became alcoholics because of the availability of our alcohol, and of their lack of familiarity with it, and the stress of things like the noise of a modern metropolis like Los Angeles County, or the city of Los Angeles, as it were, the Los Angeles region. So Stillings claimed that Martians were settled in Los Angeles, coming through the aeronautic repositioning chambers from Mars back to here, in the same way we were going there from El Segundo and coming back to El Segundo or the CIA base near the George Washington Bridge in New York City, and then taking A-10 planes to LA. But the Martians were sometimes coming through the jump rooms to come here. I can't confirm that because I was never involved in that part of the program. I never witnessed it. That's just a statement that I know Brett made. So that would be my answer to that, is I know those were the foremost frequently visiting ETs, and that there have been a number of apparently non-apocryphal stories about Martians coming here and settling here. But unfortunately, that settling in Los Angeles was rather deracinating and upsetting to their equilibrium. But so maybe that's another reason they were being settled in remote mountainous regions of New Mexico, Colorado, as it were, and Latin America.
How can you describe what the oranges looked like? I mean, were they just like grays, but they were orange?
Yeah, let me do that. And then let me go back to some of these follow-ups I want to hit tonight before we get into all the questions per se. But the oranges basically were ETs. They had very sharp chins, very, very acute cheekbones, and they were very wide, and epicanthic eye folds like modern Asian people, which, by the way, is only 20,000 years old. It's an adaptation to protecting the eye from rain and snow and sleet during the end of the last ice age, or during the last ice age. But these had, the epicanthic eye fold and very, very sharp chins and very wide, acute cheekbones. So they had almost like diamond-shaped faces. He was looking at me in kind of a leering way, either like he was looking down and saying, "Oh, what a cute humanoid," or what a cute earthling, or what a cute look at Andrew DiBasciago as a kid, as a 5 or 6 year old. Now, the only person I met who's also seen one of these oranges was Clyde Lewis, the broadcaster, who is clearly a harbinger of the truth, as it were, defender of the truth, someone seeking the truth, and a brilliant broadcaster at that. And a colleague. That's the only one I've met who's also talked about an orange. So they're in the literature.
Wow.
I'm not making that up. In fact, I went down to talk to my parents down their room, which was a stairway below the one I was on in the house. And I said, Mom and Dad, there's a man in my room. And they just said, no, there isn't, son. Go back to bed. You were dreaming. And I wasn't dreaming. There was an ET in my room. So we have to look at the ET experience in children to recognize that children may more acutely or even experience certain contexts at all because they don't know what they're not supposed to know. They're open to the experiences, and they are real experiences. But that was another that I had contact with.
So did the orange people have hair, or did they have clothes, or how tall were they?
I don't really remember hair. There might have been some like wispy whiter hair, but he was an orange with very sort of pumpkin orange skin and like a scar like the singer Seal. You know that excellent singer Seal?
Right.
He's got sort of that blemish on his face. It was sort of like that, like a burn mark or an infection or acne or something that had scarred. And so he looked like he had actually been burned on something, I would say.
Ouch.
I'm not a dermatologist, but I'm just guessing that that's what it was.
Okay.
But he was sort of leering at me. There was something almost prurient about his appearing at me. He didn't do anything to me, didn't molest me or try to eat me or whatever, try to mutilate me or whatever. But it was not somebody I felt comfortable with as a kid. Mm-hmm. Kids are very intuitive about people that are good or bad, or that are friendlies or unfriendlies. Mm-hmm. And I felt that this orange was an unfriendly, not because he was a person with a different skin tone as I, but because I just sensed as a kid that he was possibly dangerous.
Okay.
But he didn't do anything. He just kind of sort of looked in at me and leered. And then I went down to get my parents. I kind of gingerly stepped on the floor and walked down, went down the stairs down to my parents' master bedroom, and he was gone.
Wow. My
mom even walked up and put me back to bed. I was a real small kid, and he wasn't there anymore, and he never came back. So I did have a sighting of an orange, just like Clyde Lewis, who, if I'm not mistaken, is about a year and a half younger than me. He was born like in March of 1963. So he was almost like exactly like 18 months younger than I. Wow. And he wasn't growing up on the East Coast. He was growing up, I believe, in Nevada when he had that sighting, that sort of almost that CE4, that close encounter of the fourth kind with an orange. So this is the kind of correlation that I hope and pray we can get our act together and forge solidarity in ufology, in exopolitics, in the truth movement per se, to bring people together to say, listen, friend, colleague, research fellow, I don't believe everything you believe, but here's the data that we can correlate. That's what we should be putting our attention on, not personality and egotistical squabbles between people.
Right. Well, how about a Gary McCusker question?
Well, let me go back to the stuff I want to do, the follow-ups from last week before going on to Gary's
okay.
Many questions, which I welcome and I'm happy to answer tonight, all of them. And that was
the epistemology,
the book that I didn't recommend.
Oh.
But before that, let's go into the existing book that I did recommend, which was my colleague Tina Foster's book, Plastic Maca. Mm-hmm. Now, Tina, as I mentioned, is the nom de plume, the pseudonym, for a colleague of mine in the Washington State Bar, as well as a fellow graduate of my law school, Lewis and Clark Law School, out of Portland, Oregon, which has the best and the oldest environmental law program in the country. They're the publisher of Environmental Law, the journal, and still are, always have been, since 1970. And I mentioned during that discussion that it does not matter that Paul was replaced or that the current Paul McCartney is using a stage name. It is an established tradition in acting and singing, for example, and even writing, to use a pseudonym, a stage name. I mean, John Wayne's real name was Marion Morrison. Judy Garland's real name was Frances Gum, et cetera, et cetera. You know, Marilyn Monroe's real name was what? Norma Jean Baker, and then Norma Jean Doherty. Okay, so ultimately the fact that William Shears Campbell, it was William Campbell who used the stage name Billy Shears before he began using the stage name Paul McCartney, is not the same guy. But for those who are Beatles fans, certainly as much as I am, as well as Wings fan, it's part of the historiography of modern popular music. That's important on the level of cultural history, artistic history, the history of music, as it were, and popular culture. Also, it does tend to show a pattern of the manipulation of our beliefs by the British and American intelligence community. That's why I kind of told the story of her book, Plastic Maca, about the Paul is Dead controversy, in the same breath that I talked about my friend Dave McGowan's book, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, about the fact that all of the major individuals and groups during the folk rock music scene of the 1960s and 70s were the sons and daughters of top American intelligence and military officials. It was essentially an industry, a music industry, that was being used to change culture, to heavily influence the next generation, to turn on to sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and away from protesting the war, away from violence, away from overthrowing the government. It was also being protected, the recording industry, as a source of major foreign direct investment. In Sweden, it was ABBA, which was earning more money for Sweden than Volvo, the car manufacturer. In Britain, I said that they were earning more than British Leyland, but I think that was a mistake on my part, an error. I don't think it was British Leyland. I think it may have been Rolls-Royce, but it was one of the major British car manufacturers. And then the Beatles were the second source of income, or direct foreign investment in Britain, the British Empire, as it were. So I do believe that Paul died and was replaced. And the British government, the British regime, seemed to have its own motives for advancing the idea that this new singer was the original Paul. Now, somebody called me and said, Andy, what about Wings? We didn't talk about that last week. And I said, okay, yeah, a Band on the Run. A major lyric in Band on the Run that we've all heard, but we've never really been able to understand or contextualize, goes like this. And the rain exploded like a mighty crash as we fell into the sun. And the first one said to the second one there, I know you're having fun. Now, what could that mean? Well, okay, the rain, if they were putting these Paulisms in their music, not only in the Beatles, but then in Paul McCartney and Wings, when Paul, the second Paul, broke off from the Beatles and the Beatles broke up and he started Wings, which, as I said last week, is actually probably my favorite group of the two. Really brilliant group, really brilliant writing and singing by the new Paul McCartney and his partners. By the way, one of them being Denny Lane of the Moody Blues, for which Tina Foster claims the song Penny Lane was a reference to as one of the surrogate singers standing in for the original Paul McCartney. And the rain exploded like a mighty crash. Well, the rain they were experiencing was the outpouring, the downpour of public notoriety, affection, celebrity, even mobbing during Beatlemania. That exploded or fragmented like a mighty crash, the crash that killed Paul. Suddenly their formula for that incredible outpouring of public adulation was fragmented by Paul's untimely passing, that terrible accident that took his life. As we fell into the sun, as we reached the zenith of our stardom, what is the sun? A star. What is an utterly poetic, metaphorical way of describing mass public adulation? Falling into a sun of being in the public domain, being in the public eye, as it were. And the first one said to the second one there, I hope you're having fun. The second one, what? Well, the first Paul saying to the second Paul, I hope you're having fun because I've lost my life and gone on to my next life. Okay, so I would say that that's another veiled reference to the death of the original Paul. Now, there are people who may argue with that. You know, we looked up the Paul is dead controversy on Siri on our iPhone, and it described the Paul is dead controversy as a conspiracy theory and an urban legend. Now, that's how thwarted, how confused we are as a body politic, as people. We've got the intel community controlling mainstream media to describe simply an event that was covered up as an urban legend or conspiracy theory, and literally going against and inflicting a double bind against true history. That was my point on last week's show, to try to contextualize and debug. But anyway, I would assert that is so obviously a reference to Paul being dead that it's obvious. Once you plug in, as Tina has done with so many examples, now about 300 in the music of the Beatles. I don't remember if she went into the music of Wings, but probably did. Maybe she even went into that song. I did attend about a 4-hour public address by Tina Foster back in 2017 and met her and established a colleagueship and friendship as a lawyer and a fellow truther, as it were. But I mean, how could that be anything but a reference to the death of Paul? It's so poetic and metaphorically appropriate for where they were at in their careers and what his untimely death did to that career. It ultimately may have been the corrosive element that broke up the Beatles, that brilliant group of musicians, as well as, led to the creation of an equally brilliant group, Paul McCartney and Wings. So that's the only reason I referenced that book, was to describe the manipulation of, the distortion of true history, the distortion of popular culture and the history of art, and our manipulation by the British and American intelligence community. Not because I think it matters. So anyway, that was one thing I want to discuss from last week. The other was the book I didn't recommend. The book I didn't recommend is called Active State. It was written by Dr. William Pepper. It was published by my friend and colleague Byron Belitzos, founder and publisher of Origin Press of San Rafael, California. I have visited with Byron, spent many hours on the phone with him, slept in a boat that he provided in San Rafael Harbor, attended a con with him, been introduced to Jim Mars by him, met Ralph Steiner, the science reporter for NPR, through him, met Dr. Mark Cummings through him, met the linguist Fred Burks through him, appeared at a Robert Potter event with him in Mount Shasta, California, Mount Shasta City, and so forth. Byron Belitzos is a man of truth. He is also a man that I would like to be said of me, which is that I'm a man seeking not just truth, but wisdom. So, for example, Byron has studied Christology at, I believe it was the Brooklyn Theological Seminary, and this was quite recently. Byron is older than I, so he's sort of a man who went and got a master's degree in theology after age 60. He is also a devotee of the literature of world federalism, which I'm quite familiar with as a protege and 3-year colleague of Norman Cousins, who was basically the past president, one of the founders of the United World Federalists. So Byron is seeking not just truth, but peace on earth. And in that spirit, he edited and published and basically requisitioned and supported Active State by Dr. William Pepper, just like he was instrumental in the bringing forth of Jim Morris's books, Inside Job and the Terror Conspiracy on 9/11, for which many of those people working on that project were attacked with directed energy weapons, including Jim Mars, including Byron Belitzos. So again, caveat emptor on the danger of writing such material, just like Tina Foster's life was threatened for writing the book Plastic Maca about the Paul is Dead controversy of 50 years ago. 55 years ago. Let's see.
And we get
Dr. William Pepper's book, Active State, essentially proves that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that great American, a personal hero of mine and inspiration to all of us, including myself, somebody we named a national birthday for. A birthday for is a national holiday, January 15th. Dr. King was not killed by a lone assassin. He was assassinated by the U.S. military in the Memphis Police Department. This is what Dr. Pepper proves. And it was not because he was a civil rights activist. It's because he had transitioned into an anti-war activist. This is something I want all of our listeners to know and to take to heart, because I want to see everybody in the truth movement, writers and readers alike, and devotees, and people networking on Facebook and everything, going to conferences, to remember. As Gladstone said in that famous dictum, nations do not have permanent friends or enemies, just permanent interests. Now, we know that one of those interests, as perceived by the deep state of the United States and the larger connection that it involves, in other words, its military allies and so forth, believe that a permanent interest of the United States of America is its war-fighting capability. So when a Dr. Martin Luther King, a famous Nobel laureate, viewed as a hero by black and white Americans alike, beloved, charismatic, lovable. I mean, he was such a nice guy, such an admirable person for which we could experience natural admiration and affection. Dr. King his death was blamed on James Earl Ray, but Dr. William Pepper, a lawyer, by the way, I believe he was an Oxford educated lawyer, proved in his Lloyd Jowers prosecution that it was a military conspiracy that killed Dr. King. So I want everybody to remember that when we embody anti-war, the Defense Department, the military, the intel community of this country says, we cannot have this charismatic person trying to get Americans to renounce war. There are times when we have to fight wars to do things like bring down an evil regime, like the regime of Saddam Hussein, or evil creeping into Vietnam and Cambodia and Laos. Like when we pulled out, we really saw what that was about when 1 million Cambodians were massacred in the most sadistic way. I mean, their pictures would be placed in post offices and then they would be pulled out and killed after they knew they were dead. Okay, as enemies of the state, right? Okay, so I believe, and I would bet anybody dollars to donuts that this will ultimately prove that other American celebrities who have embodied the anti-war position that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. ultimately, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, ultimately transitioned to from civil rights to anti-war. The Defense Department looked at that and said, well, what about the fact that Black American males make up 6.5% of the American people, but are 15 to 20% of our foot soldiers in Vietnam? What happens if all the black fellows in the military desert or don't re-enlist or fight being drafted or whatever? Okay, or don't enlist initially. Okay, so I believe that we have to be mindful of the fact that the sort of anti-Nemayanist, anti-war position puts all of us in danger. Now, I want to float a couple of other names. Jim Morrison. Sure, Dave McGowan talked about the significance of Jim's father, George, being not just the youngest admiral in the U.S. Navy, but essentially the apparatchik by which the Tonkin Gulf Resolution was staged to get us into Vietnam. But Jim died after he did a song like Unknown Soldier, where he screamed on stage and dropped to the stage. In other words, he had embodied the anti-war position. Let me give you another name that I believe still needs to be investigated.
Okay.
And that name is John Denver.
Yes.
John Denver's death in that plane crash near Monterey, California in October of 1997 has been investigated by the FAA or the NTSB, whatever does the final investigation. It's been studied by scholars of the experimental plane that he was flying and attributed to a design defect and an inability of John Denver to refuel in flight. And the explanation is he ran out of fuel, and then his plane plummeted to the ocean. And, of course, hitting water from a high location like that is like hitting concrete. And sadly, he lost his life. But I know, as a result of my contacts with the CIA in Los Angeles, that went all the way back to the time when I was going to Mars in the 80s, I still had those contacts in the late 90s. I was in Houston giving a talk about overpopulation and different theories of it, different possible responses to it, at a business program at the University of Houston downtown when John Denver lost his life in October of 97. And I was sitting in this TV room on Galveston Bay, right near this friend's sort of apartment near Galveston Bay, apartment complex. And I said, I wonder if he was taken out. And this elderly, or older gentleman in the TV room said to me, who would want to kill John Denver? Well, let me describe something about John Denver's career that most people don't know. When John F. Kerry, the future senator from Massachusetts, Secretary of State of the United States, and the 2004 Democratic nominee for president, appeared before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in April of 1971. That was the very month when I left that note in the Baton Memorial Building on April 9th of that month saying that I had teleported there from New Jersey. Okay, and that was found by the CIA and remained in my files to this day, I've been told. I haven't seen it again, but I was told it's in my files. My fingerprints were checked and so forth. The person photographing John Kerry when he was giving his speech on the steps of the Capitol after appearing for hours before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee as a Vietnam veteran against the war and the atrocities being committed there by the United States of America, the very atrocities we discussed last week when we talked about Dave McGowan's book, Program to Kill, was John Denver. In other words, before his success, after his success with the Chad Mitchell Trio, but before his success, and shortly after his success writing Leaving on a Jet Plane, which Peter, Paul, and Mary recorded, but before he really became a superstar with, let's say, Take Me Home Country Roads, which was 1972. A year and a half earlier, John Denver was part of the peace movement. And he was all over that steps of that Capitol, photographing John F. Kerry as the most distinguished, Yale-educated future leader of the United States who had protested the war. My question to the conspiracy community, to the truth movement, as it were, is how are we so blithe to assume that John Denver's plane dropped out of the sky because he didn't move a lever to access his second gas tank? Why did we ignore the investigation done by his friend Geraldo Rivera into the question of whether his plane had been shot down? What was the role of actor Clint Eastwood when John was buzzing his house and when in that location above Monterey, a pop like a gunshot was heard before his plane plummeted into the ocean? So what I'm saying is we all have to be mindful that when we embody the anti-war position, we may end up being assassinated by the U.S. government, just as the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was. And that I believe we should investigate whether John Denver was. That, in other words, whether this deep state keeps a memory, it has a memory, it retains those that it regards as its enemies. Now, I did ask Courtney Hunter, the CIA, whether the CIA had killed JFK, RFK, and MLK, and he said yes. And then I said, what about Jimmy, Janis, and Jim, meaning Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and Jim Morrison? And he smiled and said yes. Okay, that's a statement from a career CIA official. That's true history. Those are the kind of statements we have to get from people in need-to-know positions, not anybody making mere assertions. Okay? So when somebody says, well, I saw somebody's name in a CIA database, well, hell, Michael Sala is in the CIA database, and he's not somebody who was in the secret space program. He's been reliable writing about it. When it was claimed recently that Alfred Weber had written Dark Fleet, that was Len Kasten. I would not be surprised if Alfred and Len Kasten are in the CIA database as well, and many of us. So we have to sort of discern what this data means before it becomes information. And when somebody in a need-to-know position, like a present or retired military official or intelligence official of this country, not an operative, by the way, an operator. The operatives, the intelligence and military intelligence operatives, are everyday folks like you and me, manipulated by such people. Mm-hmm. The community calls its officers operators, and that's been something that was confirmed for me by a PhD in social psychology named Dr. Gene Arrigo, who works for the U.S. military and intelligence community on sort of ethics matters in that area of public policy. So I think that I would add to my list of books in the truth movement a very admirable work, and that is Dr. William Pepper's book. It's either an active state or just active state. And it's about the actual assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King.
Yeah, it's an active state. It's on the screen right now. I dug it up.
An active state, right. An active state. That makes sense. Yeah, yes. Yeah. A very good book, and by a very distinguished lawyer and historian. And that's, I know that lawyers have a lot of prestige in American society. I am one, and I value the analytical and forensic tools of the law and the principles of reason and rules of reason that are applied. But I do think when somebody spends 3 years earning a doctoral level degree in not just the law, but legal reasoning and writing, that deserves some respect, some latitude, some range of listening to what they have to say. Just like, even though, as I mentioned last week, I don't always agree with the conclusions of my friend and colleague Alfred Weber, but come on, Alfred's got 2 degrees from Yale. He was a Fulbright scholar, a presidential delegate for Clinton and Gore, a member of the D.C. bar. He's practiced publicly and privately. Was the general counsel for the first EPA in New York City. He's written 10 or 12 fascinating books. Has a community of about a million people who follow his work. He has been an interviewee and been an interviewer. He's a distinguished American. So we have to ask ourselves, is this person an historian of true history, even if I don't agree with all their conclusions, or I interpret their data a different way before I describe it as a certain form of information, and that information then becomes knowledge, and then that knowledge then becomes wisdom, right? Mm-hmm. When belief becomes knowledge, and then knowledge becomes experience, and so forth, right? Mm-hmm. But or is trumped by knowledge, and then trumped by experience. But I think what we're doing is listening too much to just mere assertions that are being shared by people who are characterized by a range of traits. Some are fantasists. Some are people with delusional disorders. Some are lying. Some are government disinformants. Some are commercial, P.T. Barnums who are making stuff up to draw an audience and make money. There seems to be a lot of different motivations and causes for not getting people and accounts that embody true history. And that's my concern.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to point out that one of the people I mentioned last week at length was attacked 4 days later for being a criminal, which he most definitely is not, and was essentially defamed, and that was Alfred Weber. And I think that's part of the regrettable pattern of defamation that has been consistently directed at harbingers of the truth in the truth movement.
Yeah, Alfred is a very interesting fella. In fact, I just called him today, left a message to have him on the show. So he'll be coming on the show soon, sometime soon, hopefully. And that'll be awesome, because I really think his book, like you said last time, is a precursor to your book that's coming out. So
right, it really kind of like takes the story of my experiences, and then the second book, which is going to be it is already the story of my search for the truth of my experiences. So it's like what happened to me as a kid, and then what happened to me as an adult, going back in time, and researching what happened to me in the program, in Project Pegasus. And Alfred kind of did the first major work, like I mentioned, of what Albert Einstein called significance thinking. This is the kind of erudition scholarship that we should follow in the truth movement. We shouldn't create kind of like these mini cults around this month's celebrity sharing some mere assertion that, I went to the Mars, Moon, and this other planetoid, and I didn't go for America, Britain, or the former Soviet Union. I went for Germany or Argentina or whatever. It's sort of like people are believing whatever the hell they want. As my father once said to me when I was a kid, people can believe whatever they want, but that doesn't make it true.
Right.
I would kind of earmark, benchmark that statement tonight. People can believe whatever they want, but that doesn't make it true.
Right.
Now, an example of that is an old friend of mine wrote a Facebook post this week. He shall remain nameless. He's been very friendly. He's been in solidarity with me, sometimes very wise in things he's shared with me, such as his knowledge of Eastern religions, and has been very generous with me. But this friend wrote a Facebook post defending and praising the legacy of Max Spears. Now let me review my contact with the putatively late Max Spears. Supposedly he is deceased.
Right.
First of all, Max Spears surfaced not after I came forward with Project Pegasus in 2004, but years after I came forward with my Mars experiences in August of 2009. He came forward in about 2012, 2013. First of all, he said to myself and others, he had had contact with me. Okay, that's bonk number one. I never met Max Spears. I had several emails with him, and I maybe once talked to him on the phone. I never met him. Second, he said he worked with me. I never worked with Max Spears. Third, he said he had contact with me on Mars when I was like in my early 20s, and he was 6 years old. I never had contact with any children on Mars. I have told the truth. I have said over and over again the truth. The youngest American or Earthling that I had contact with on Mars was William Brett Stillings, who had the courage and the maturity to go to the red planet when he was 14 years old, just as I went when I was 19, 5 years older than Brett. He being born in December of 1966. Okay, so Max Spears' basic claims that he knew me, he worked with me, he had contact with me on Mars, and when he was a kid, were impossible. They did not happen. I have stated that over and over and over again. Let me go deeper with this. I have a great deal of respect and a really solid colleagueship and friendship with the radio personality Randy Mulligan of Pennsylvania. Randy has interviewed me a number of times. We've had many deep political discussions and information sharing over the years, over many years. Randy, like Alfred, like Dr. Michael Sala, like Len Captain, and I would hope like myself, are what I call, harbingers of the truth. Because it was claimed by his apparent survivors, his surviving friends, and those who knew him, that Max Spears had supposedly died in Poland. Randy searched out the Polish government and Interpol and found that neither of those political organizations had issued a death certificate for Max Spears for dying in Poland. But wait a minute, if an American national or a national of any country besides Poland died in Poland, both the Polish government and Interpol would have been legally obligated to issue a death certificate. So in legal terms, that means that there is prima facie evidence that Max either didn't die or didn't die in Poland. It was also asserted, again, after his apparent passing, that he died of an illness known as black goo. I went to several physicians, including one who shall remain nameless, both of them shall remain nameless, or three of them shall remain nameless. One of them I've known for over 50 years. This individual practiced for 35 years as a distinguished urgent care doctor at a leading HMO on the West Coast. And I said, does black goo exist? And this doctor said, well, yes, to the extent that, remember that infected foot you talked to me about that got purple? It might have progressed into black if it had to be cut off. Or sometimes, for example, when women get endometriosis, they might have black erudite around their ovaries and fallopian tubes and uterus and so forth. There are localized disease processes, in other words, including cancer, that can cause black erudite to gather in certain systems of the body. But just a massive explosion of black goo is not something that we've encountered in, X decades in allopathic medicine. So I would state that there's a colorable claim that the very cause of death that was attributed to Max Spears was itself a confabulation of reality. Now, who else for which it was claimed that he had died of black goo? None other than the evil prevaricator, Tory Smith, who made false and defamatory claims against multiple candidates in the 2016 presidential election, including myself. It was stated of Tory Smith that he died of black goo. I think at this point, when we even view the symmetry, as it were, the correlation between the alleged bizarre unknown forms of death that killed Max Spears and Tory Smith, we have to state that there's a colorable claim, maybe even a rebuttable presumption, that black goo is being used as a phantom disease, as it were, to kill off these intel operatives, these apparatchiks for the deep state who are attacking public candidates, who are attacking charismatic Americans, who are attacking figures in the truth movement, harbingers of true history. I think we have to be intelligent about what's being directed at us. But anyway, I just wanted to review the Max Spears case because he was not in space. He did not have contact with me on Mars. There were no children from our country or any other country on Earth on the red planet. They were not there. And I think it really takes away the valor of William Stillings going up there at such a young age as a teenager. 14 is not as on top of reality as a 19 or 20-year-old. And that was very brave what Brett did. So I'm bothered by this continuing mythos regarding Max Spears. He wasn't even in that group I mentioned, by the way, of that second group of 7 Mars claimants that I believe are prevaricating. They're not telling the truth. I mentioned the 7 that I believed and then the 7 I didn't believe. I didn't even mention Max Spears. But then somebody went to his defense. And then somebody attacked Alfred after I recommended his book. There just seems to be this ongoing pattern of sort of contumacious attacks that keep on being directed on true experiencers and true claimants. And we have to be mindful that this may be an intelligence community disinformation program being directed at the truth movement. So that's what I have to say about those lingering things from last week.
Yeah, I've always thought very weird things about Max Spears. I mean, he just didn't seem, something was off about him. And the whole Black Goo thing, like you said, sounds like a confabulation. He's probably a deep state CIA asset or FBI asset that's now, lounging around in the Caribbean with a different name. Who knows?
Well, I know that Aaron McCollum bought a house in Tampa. Where did he get that from? I know that Randy Kramer has bought a house in Sedona or rented one. Where did he get the rental or escrow money for that house? We have to be mindful of the fact that one of the chief forms of evidence of the false claimants is making impossible claims. Max Spears' claims were impossible because I never met the guy. I never met him on Earth when I was going to Mars. Okay? My nieces and nephews weren't even born at that time, so I was having no contact with kids. Later in the 80s, I did when my four nephews and my niece were born in the late 80s and 90s, but not then. So the notion that I was having some contact with a 6-year-old Max Spears just because he grew up somewhere in Inglewood or something near El Segundo, California, was sort of a fantasist or a confabulator's sort of elision from reality. There's that post office effects again. He heard other people's accounts of Mars, and boom, ipso facto, they became his memories of life on Mars.
Yeah.
That has become a cognitive disease in our civilization, and I'm worried about it. We want to develop true history to uplift and perpetuate our civilization, not to create a regime of science fiction fantasy. So come on, people, let's be real. And when somebody makes false claims, they're making impossible claims. When a distinguished individual who has given hundreds and hundreds of interviews and never been rebutted, like myself, says, look, Max is lying. He's lying about me. He's lying about himself. He was. And for a friend of mine to defend his legacy, Max even claimed, or, this friend of mine claimed in his lauding the legacy of Max Spears, that for like a year, Max Spears gave him a sword, saying it was his Knights Templar sword. I know that Max Spears began claiming that he was a Knight Templar after I stated that my father and his friend Maria Constancia Chavez, Connie or Pilly Chavez as she was known, had told me when I was on Pegasus that they were Knights Templar. And then when I asked them what that was, they said those who go to war to defend Christ. And when I said, well, how could that be? I thought Jesus was a man of peace. Connie Chavez kind of bristled and said somewhat resentfully to me, almost like a right-wing authoritarian Latin American dictator, sort of, like an Adolf Stroessner type, because Christ has enemies. Okay. Now, after I told that story, Max then stated he was a Knight Templar, and he even brandished a sword that he said was a Knight Templar sword. Well, maybe in 1100 the Knights Templar carried swords, but my father and Connie Chavez were Knights Templar, and they didn't. What they told me then, and my dad told me later, the Knights Templars was a sovereign Vatican military order that protected Christ in the sense that it protected Christianity from attack. Just as I was told by people in government that the mafia had originally been founded to protect the Pope of Rome and the Catholic Church, at least the Italian-American mafia. So, an Italian mafia. Okay, so, and that's not a surprise. I mean, Frank Sinatra's family lived next door to Lucky Luciano's family in Sicily before they came over to New Jersey. So anyway, Hoboken, New Jersey. So I just want to tell them the Max Spears story to say, because he's supposedly dead, and we can't damage his reputation, whether he is living or dead, he's probably alive and living under a different name, maybe even been given witness relocation, even plastic surgery to develop a new persona, whatever happened to him, whether he passed or still around, but as a different person. Let's use the Max Spear story as an object lesson in falsity and how the truth movement has to move beyond it. I was shocked and dismayed by this longtime friend of mine who was lauding the legacy of Max Spears as if he was almost shoving it in my face, even though I calmly and quietly and clearly had stated the truth about Max's claims for years, almost going on 10 years now, with the same gusto that I took to the false claims of Randy Kramer, but that I never applied to specific people who I've held out hope could be telling the truth, like Corey Good. Okay. Remember, I brought forward 7 other people, 6 other gentlemen who went to Mars, and a woman who was invited to go. And my goal was to bring people forward. So in emphasizing the falsity of Max Spears, I just want us to be able to discern the shit from the shinola, as they used to say in the recording industry.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not going to advance the truth to be framing and spinning and embellishing tall tales. And that's what Max Spear's story was through and through, even possibly his death, and certainly his status as a Templar. Sorry, the samurais, I had a high school teacher and a Japanese gentleman gave her a samurai sword that she admired when she was in Japan. She was a Japanese American. She went to Japan, and she was given a samurai sword. There are cultures that have remaining historical swords. There are even revolutionary and Napoleonic era swords in American museums, European museums. But the Templars of today are not sword fighters. So there was no reason for Max, if he was a Templar, to have a sword. He would have maybe been threatening somebody who had beaten up a priest or something, or spit or tripped a nun or something. So anyway, enough about Max Spears, but I do think that's an object lesson, and what we need to move beyond, which is this belief. Well, okay, I've affiliated with this person. I've heard what they've had to say. I've listened to their claims. Therefore, ipso facto, they're telling the truth, rather than spinning falsity for some other motive. And they'll just go round and round and round the mulberry bush with this person when they've already been disproven. Not good. And I'm urging all of us as a community to get behind the truth. True history, my friends, not blind adherence to mere assertions.
Well, I think that, once you help to break that chronovisor free, we can verify these truths. With
Wait a minute, Aaron. That's true. That's true. I do believe in the universal use of the chronovisor might do that. But then again, I remind you that universal use of chronovision will show us not just Abraham Lincoln giving the Gettysburg Address,
right?
But old Abe going number 2.
No, we don't want to see that. Or
making love to Mary Todd Lincoln, and none of us want to see that.
No.
And none of us want our sex lives to become the pornography of the future.
No.
Downloaded on the internet, right?
Right.
So, no, we want limited access to chronovision to show the public auspicious, proper scenes from the past.
Right.
Lincoln giving the Gettysburg Address,
Exactly.
George Washington laying the corner of the Capitol on September 18th of 1793, etc. We do not want all of the past and future opened up. Not good.
Right.
If all of the future was opened up and they saw that Tesla Motors was at 300 on the tote board there in Wall Street, all the money in the economy would move to Elon Musk and Tesla Motors. So we cannot universally apply chronovision or any other time travel device. We need to find an intelligent and nuanced and safe way to release those time travel and universalize those time travel technologies that are safe. So I recommended, for example, in psychotherapy, 3 5-minute sessions in the Montauk chair. So let's say a woman loses a child. So she goes under the Montauk chair and sees that in 5 years she's bouncing a beautiful baby on her knee. That could get her out of her
Mhm.
Her
Misery.
unipolar depression for
Yeah.
losing a child.
Mhm.
But I don't want to see all of the money in the economy rushing to Microsoft in 1980. Okay,
Yeah.
so we have to be careful, as I've often stated, and for a reason. Involving mass people in mass time travel on mass timelines would lead to mass chaos. And that is a serious admonition that I've delivered. So I've never been calling for universal disclosure of time travel, just the disclosure of its existence and the release of things that the people deserve and would be helped by, like teleportation via Tesla teleportation in real time.
Right. Right. Just like, Omni theaters movies are only at the Omni theaters, right? So you can only view selected chronovisor images and
Not
sounds.
chronogarchy, which is Alfred's term.
Right.
Right.
I
Right. Now, by the way, chronovisor is not my term. It was from Ernetti and Gemelli, and then Father Francois Brunet's reporting about them.
Right.
Chronovisore in Italian.
I just think,
you discovered something recently, apropos of your point that we need the chronovisor to prove the true history and really nail down the truth, which it is, of my experiences. Did you not make a discovery in the intervening several days since our last show?
Well, I got a message from my friend and your friend, Greg Bornstein from Open Loops.
Right.
And go check out that podcast, Open Loops with Greg Bornstein. And
there's somebody looking for the truth. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great guy, great podcast, a lot of fun. And he showed me this paper. It's a PDF from Beckwith Electric, from Robert Beckwith, whom you've mentioned numerous times. And it talks about teleportation and all kinds of things. And I'm going to drop it into the chat right now.
Right. Now, when I talked to my dad about what we did in Project Pegasus, when I was in my late 20s, a couple of years before he died, like I was about 25, 26. So that would be like 1986, 87, that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
I said, Dad, please remind me who was on the project with us. And he said, oh, people like Dr. Harold Agnew. And he mentioned, Jack Pruitt and Joe Conason from Parsons and so forth. And he said, and that Mr. Peepers fellow, Bob Beckwith. And my dad, was from rural Pennsylvania, a rather small town, Summit Hill, Pennsylvania. He was born there and grew up there. And it's really admirable that he went on to work on such sophisticated technologies and literally shepherd in the time-space age, as it were, and play the role that he did, as well as chase the ETs away from our planet beginning in 1952. And he had a kind of a percussive way of sort of expressing a sort of, not a disrespect, but sort of just a quiet distaste for somebody. Now, when he said Bob Beckwith, he kind of spit out the words, that Mr. Peepers fellow. Mr. Peepers, as you may recall, was the Wally Cox character on television. The guy who played Underdog, the voice of Underdog.
Oh, really?
Wally Cox.
Underdog.
Yeah.
I loved
Mr.
Underdog.
Peepers. I believe it was Wally Cox.
I loved Underdog.
As I recall. And Bob Beckwith, I remembered over the years, even after my father's death in 1990, was the colleague of my dad and I, on Project Pegasus, who at lunchtime or dinner would stick his index finger in the air and talk about two things. The debt of gratitude that the program owed Nikola Tesla, which, as you may recall, was a theme that my father, Raymond, and Jack Pruitt also shared with me. And also the potential to quantum engineer the future, a concept that would be more consistent with Alfred's theory that a chronogarchy exists as a result of being able to quantum access the future from the present. Now, everybody would roll their eyes when he repeated the stuff about Tesla primarily because he wasn't supposed to talk about Project Pegasus in public. They would then roll their eyes about his comment about quantum engineering and actually shake their heads because they had already decided not to engineer future events based on prior knowledge of it, because there's a paradox that prevents that. If you're going to try to change a future event based on an attempted prior knowledge of it through time travel, you can't access it. It's a nullity. Just like you can't go back to change a past event because you're in the original past event when you go there. Mm-hmm. So those are the paradoxes of what I call retro and proto-causation. So Beckwith, although a brilliant physicist and engineer who would go on to leave General Electric and start Beckwith Electric Company in Key Largo, Florida, after he served on Project Pegasus, and literally be granted 20 of the patents connected with what would become the personal computer revolution, mm-hmm. most of which were bought up by Robert Noyce of Intel, of the Fairchild 8, Fairchild Semiconductor, and that would lay the basis for the personal computer. Bob Beckwith was a man born in 1920 that I spoke with twice before his death in 2009 at age 89, as did the writer Alexander Bruce, who wrote The Philadelphia Experiment Murders, Time Travel, and the Politics of Insanity, a former acquaintance of Donald Rumsfeld, who was defense attaché to Project Pegasus, and also the writer R. Ken Thomas of Steam Shovel Press. He also, like Chica Bruce, interviewed Bob Beckwith, Robert W. Beckwith, twice, or once, and then I interviewed him twice. In those interviews, Robert Beckwith shared his knowledge of the use of teleportation on U.S. naval vessels and U.S. ships. He told me about his ship he had been on in Tampa Bay, where the captain showed him a lever he could turn to move elsewhere on the surface of the ocean in time and space. He also said that the B-2 bombers that bombed Kosovo for President Bill Clinton went up from the tarmac at Edwards Air Force Base in California, turned on their teleporters, zoomed over to Kosovo, turned off their teleporters, dropped their bombs, turned around, turned their teleporters back on, zoomed back to Edwards, and had lunch in their homes near Edwards Air Force Base in California. Wow. So I had revealed that and his articulation of the real Philadelphia experiment, the one involving Long Island Sound and Tesla teleportation, mm-hmm. rather than Philadelphia Naval Shipyard and radar invisibility of the Eldridge, rather than Tesla teleportation of the Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard. Here's
almost 20 years ago.
There's a picture of Martha's Vineyard
after
right
interviewing Bob Beckwith almost 20 years ago. And now this paper has surfaced through the good graces of a dogged researcher, our friend and colleague, Greg Borstein. So that's what we have to do, man. That I'm very happy for that discovery, because, again, that is another Project Pegasus proof that we never covered on the Quest for Truth.
Yes, this is incredible. And wow. Many thanks to Greg for this. This is
Absolutely.
Incredible.
Thank you, Greg.
And I just, as you were talking about the Martha's Vineyard, there's actually a sideways picture of the Martha's Vineyard in the back pages of these documents, along with some of his.
Right. Beckwith was not only a distinguished physicist with numerous inventions mm-hmm. and a critical role in the time-space age and the computer age, as it were, personal computer age and the internet. He was an expert on the real Philadelphia experiment. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about that when I was on Pegasus all the time. And we talked about that during my 2 lengthy conversations with him before his death in 2009. So he was the real deal. He was a gentleman that I interviewed in the 2010s that I had spoken of with my dad 20 years earlier. That original conversation with my dad was like I said, 1986, 87 time frame. Mm-hmm. We were going back to 1970, 71, 72 in talking about Bob Beckwith. And then I spoke to Bob Beckwith like in 2004 and 2006, before he then passed away in 2009 at age 89. So let us now salute Greg Borstein. Let us now salute Bob Beckwith, one of my dad's colleagues and my colleague on Project Pegasus, who had the courage in his old age to tell me he didn't want to talk about anything classified, and then go on to share a lot of classified information with me. And he said he didn't remember me, but he did remember my dad, and he did remember being in New Mexico and some teleportation and chronovision activities that were going on at that time. Then he went on to tell me about and repeat his stories of the real Philadelphia experiment, literature, and go on to talk about the application of teleportation, of time-space, of teleportation-based time travel by U.S. Navy ships and planes.
Yeah, the idea that ships and planes can do that.
God bless the memory of Robert W. Beckwith.
The idea that ships and planes can teleport like that is incredible. I mean, we really are. I mean, it's like we're living in the 70s, 1 foot in the 1970s and one imaginary foot in 50 years in the future because of what they have.
If any of our listeners, including Cliff High, are still time travel skeptics and they hold themselves out as technologists or inventors, go on the American or the French U.S. Patent Registry and put in Robert W. Beckwith.
I did that.
And watch those 25 patents come up.
I saw those patents, yes. Very interesting.
And by the way, they're almost object lessons in the minimal drawings you have to do to obtain a U.S. patent. It's really quite amazing.
Yeah, I've done one.
You would get a patent sometimes just for the connection of two solenoids or two semiconductors or something. So
yeah,
you really kind of did the nuts and bolts of the computer revolution.
I have my name on a couple of inventions, patents. But yeah, both toys.
Well, I invented a digital pill dispenser.
Oh, yeah?
And I've got some ideas for some public safety devices. I've invented a device for floods. And I've developed a method for interdimensional viewing that I have not yet patented, so I don't want to discuss it in the public domain, because, of course, when you share a trade secret that hasn't been patented, you lose it.
Oh.
Anybody can take it. Yes, you should never talk about an idea or an invention until it's been patented. If you want to patent it.
Oops. I guess I'm guilty of that.
Yeah, watch out. That's generally not known, that a trade secret shared is lost, absent non-disclosure, non-compete, confidentiality agreement. But anyway, yes, Bob Beckwith was a distinguished American physicist, electrical engineer, and inventor, and mathematician, the very positions held by my late father, Raymond, and John G. Trump, the uncle of President Trump, and others connected to Project Pegasus. So I can take the recent Bob Beckwith revelation as nothing but affirmation of the truth of my statement about my experiences all along. So there you go. I always said that history would absolve me, that destiny would absolve me. Look at the discovery being made by Wynne Keach of Britain.
Yeah.
That my dad was listed on the first works, the prior art section of that
bismuth crystal
invention involving eight-sided bismuth crystals.
Yeah.
Granted the Japanese-American physicist Leo Asaki in 1967. That verified that my dad had talked about the use of eight-sided bismuth crystals in the propagation of the hologram used in the chronovisor. There was also that discovery by researcher John Boda, B-O-D-A, of the United States, of the fact that the Lincolns came to Ford's Theater 15 or 30 minutes late that night, and that would explain that something like 6 or 7 of the 8 times I was sent there, they weren't there. Why weren't they there at 8 o'clock? I could never see them. I did end up seeing the Lincolns coming into the theater once, and one time I got there and they were sitting there, but like 6 times they were not in their balcony seating.
Wow. Incredible.
So we have such researchers to thank.
Yes.
And those are three bona fide, valuable discoveries of what we might call the time-space research community.
Yeah.
That we have Greg Borstein, John Boda, and Wayne Keach to thank for.
Yes. And in the back notes here also is his Navy Department civilian identification card.
And that was Bob Beckwith?
Yeah.
Well, the Navy had ambit over time travel.
Right.
I had been told I'd been made a Navy lieutenant at age 8 when I officially entered Project Pegasus in fall of 1969.
Uh-huh.
I just turned 8, but September 69. But then I became an LCDR when I was going to Mars. So Navy involvement and shadow listing of engineers and chrononauts and astronauts in the secret space program and the time space program and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And even in just intel work having nothing to do with those areas. Shadow listing in the Army and the Navy has been commonplace.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not surprised that Dr. Beckwith was listed in the Navy Department, just as Dr. Eldon Bird was. Eldon was listed as maybe a commander in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
Just as my father was listed as a captain in the Army, and I was ultimately listed as lieutenant commander in the Navy. This is what shadow listing has been used. Everybody with intel and secret defense technical connection has been given a real listing in a certain Navy department or Army department, and then a false listing under an actual rank in one of the services, Army, Navy, Air Force, or Marine.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So I was in the Navy. Anchors away.
Well, did you know I'm also I'm a naval inspector? Did you know that?
Yes, but that's the physical matters.
Yeah, I found some lint in my navel as I was inspecting it. Yeah, that's my little naval joke. Had to throw a little joke in there.
Yes, and I like navel oranges, although I gave them up because of the potassium. But no, I love oranges, but I can't eat them anymore, at least until I get the artificial kidney.
Oh my!
But yeah, potassium is a bummer for kidney patients. So anyway, and oranges are high in them. Anyway, so yeah, such discoveries could not be made unless I was telling the truth. And I really especially salute the memory and honor the memory of Dr. Robert W. Beckwith for telling the truth about teleportation. He knew what my dad knew, and that I've known, and why another one of the major reasons why I came forward is that introducing teleportation in real time would transform our life on this planet for the positive.
Mm-hmm.
It would bring humanity together. It would take 40 to 60% of greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere. Whatever you believe the carbon accumulation problem is or isn't,
mm-hmm.
it's still not good. And it would make transportation across long distances incredibly rapid, safe, and as I stated last week, if it does cause metabolic diseases, then it shouldn't be used for people. It should be used for goods.
Mm-hmm.
Get all those dangerous 22 and 18-wheelers off our highways. But Beckwith knew that. He was a brilliant inventor. He was a man with the capaciousness to see that Tesla teleportation in real time, or at least the movement of inanimate objects like goods, like energy, like resources, should be used. It's not. And that's an international mistake that he was trying to correct, just as I've been trying to correct it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're coming up on almost 2 hours. I think we covered everything that you wanted to talk about before we got to McCusker's questions.
Right.
And I got one of his questions posted right here, and I'll just show that and read it to you. So his first question is, should the people privy to the chronovisor information be assisting police with their inquiries? Are they guilty of withholding info in multiple crimes of the past and future? It's a good question.
No, I would favor, as I've stated in the past, a public-private partnership, kind of like a police board, that would have men and women, government officials and civilians and military, scientists and lay people, to evaluate chronovision derived data and say, okay, O.J. Simpson was guilty or wasn't, based on what it showed. But I wouldn't involve it in mass release of chronovision derived data, because that wouldn't, use of chronovision wouldn't violate anybody's constitutional rights, because, for example, if somebody's videotaped committing a crime, it's admissible, as long as a chain of linkage to the data can be testified to. The law calls that laying a foundation for such evidence. So I would want a foundation to be laid for the chronovision derived data or evidence, but I wouldn't want chronovision to be used in a universal sense, because that would not just damage but destroy a very sacred and venerated aspect of human society and personality, which is privacy. So I would have kind of a limited access basis to a multi-civilian military police board, but it certainly wouldn't be sort of like the time cops. No, that would be bad. It would be invasive and possibly jaundiced data. I would support sort of a more multifarious board of observers and sort of judges, like a 7-judge panel of people from different parts of society, all distinguished and honorable people.
Yes, I agree completely.
A police captain, a college professor, a priest, rabbi, or minister,
a janitor,
a mother of 5 kids, just a kind of a cross-section of people with demonstrated virtue and erudition, and then make sure that no faction of society has that chronovision-derived insight to reality.
Right. His second question is, Major Dame's office was in the basement of 999 North Sepulveda, Los Angeles. Howard Hughes was on the 4th floor. Who was occupying the other 7 floors?
Okay, that's not exactly accurate.
Okay.
Ed Dames and Bernard Mendez debriefed Regina Dugan and I after the night run of March 3rd, 1983, in a debriefing room on the left side of 999 North Sepulveda when you were looking south toward northern Faith, and that was 1 story below ground. Dame's office, per se, where he would use the Soviet Leda machine with us, was on like the 5th or 6th floor. Now, when we would go there, if we were already in the building or wanted to go up to the 4th floor, that's where Howard Hughes' office was, over on the left on the 4th floor.
Okay.
And by the way, one thing we didn't talk about Hughes was that one of the reasons why Major Mark Music knew I had worked with Hughes and met him is because he did something in my presence that he did in the presence of some of his children, which was disappear. Just disappear.
Wow.
So Hughes had some kind of device or something to render himself invisible or into another dimension.
Wow.
And hence invisible. Now, he was on the 4th floor. He was on the 5th floor, where there was like a Fijian suite with 1 CIA employee. And we would write our name, sign it, put our date of birth, our social security number, and then our ID number for the program. Mine was my UCLA ID number, 700-414-879. Please, nobody say that was their number. Okay, that was my UCLA ID number. It's still held and provable by the UCLA registrar when I get my transcripts. Okay, it's still there. Okay. It's like hardwired like anybody's social security number. And, okay, so we would go back into the elevator. We could then go up to the 6th floor to meet Major Dames, or the 5th floor. But we usually didn't. We would usually come back and visit with Dames. Now, the 7th floor is where our lockers were, where I would, for example, pick up my photo flash gun, stick it into my belt, I would then have to protect my colleagues and myself on the red planet. I never used it on the red planet, except to break open a boulder at Brett Stilling's suggestion, which completely pissed off Courtney M. Hunt. And that's the only time I shot that photo flash gun on Mars. The other time was once on Earth, where Brett's father had me sadly incinerate a little baby lamb.
Yeah.
I felt terrible about that, just to show me the incinerative effects of the device.
Oh my!
But that would have been like having lamb that day, right? So we eat animals, so what the hell? But I felt bad about that little creature.
Of course.
I didn't know it was going to have that effect. And so anyway, we had lockers on the 7th floor. On the left side of the 7th floor was that sort of, not debriefing room, but sort of that kind of lounge where you could have like a cup of coffee and a spring roll or something, or some Danish before going to Mars or coming back from Mars. A kind of a ready room with coffee and styrofoam cups and some creamer, that kind of NASA kind of goodbye room. Then we would go up to the 8th floor, and that's where the elevator would close and then morph from a box into a cylinder. After we're asked by a telecom in the ceiling, "Are you ready to go to Mars?" And we would say, "Yes, ready to go." And then it would morph from a box into a cylinder, and we'd go to Mars. And then on the red planet, it would open up, the far door would open up after the cylindrical room had morphed back into a box-like one. And that door would open up, and we were in the sub-basement of one of the U.S. facilities on the red planet. So Dames was not in the underground debriefing room. He was like on the 5th or 6th floor. So when we came back, we always then had to go down to the 5th or 6th floor where Dames' office was, put on the Soviet Leda machine. After he would quiz us for about a half hour, what happened next? And then what happened? And then what happened? We'd have to be sort of debrief step by step and blow by blow of everything that just happened on the red planet, no matter how long we were up there, which was often quite fatiguing and quite a lengthy debriefing.
Wow. I bet.
So one of those debriefings happened after the night run down in the other room used for that purpose. And that's what I was referring to. Now, Dame said when he called in, when I was on Coast to Coast AM the 4th time, when I brought William B. Stillings and Laura M. Eisenhower on to talk about their experiences related to the Red Planet, Brett in going and Laura being invited to go, possibly her aunt Mary Jean going. I was hoping she would talk about that, which she has talked about. And the fact that she had identified the arc as the means that she'd be told she'd be going and coming back, although she never did. Ed Dames then called in and denied that he was our teacher. Well, Brett and Bernie and I are certain that Ed Dames was our teacher. Ed then said, I'm describing this for a reason, Aaron. I want to really try to focus on this for a minute.
Okay.
He then said, well, maybe it was something sort of non-linear, sort of interdimensional. Well, it may have been. So when Ed and I got into cross purposes regarding our revelation of the truth that he was our teacher up at College of the Siskiyous in summer of 1980. By the way, we even have the name and the hometown of his girlfriend at that time. So I challenge Major Ed Dames if he's listening. Ed, we have the name, the first name, and the hometown of your girlfriend during summer of 1980. You stated on Coast that you could not have served because you were on the German-Czech border monitoring Soviet troop movement. But you told us that your girlfriend, who we met, and who we have the first name of and the hometown in California of, was going to leave you because you were being stationed to go to the German-Czech border at the end of that summer after you had trained us to go to Mars. You also stated that you were never on Mars, when we were told that everybody in the program had to go at least once. And my father and Brett's father went once, okay? Certainly my dad went once that I know of, and maybe Brett's several times. I know I went to the Red Planet once with Thomas J. Stillings, Brett's father, and others with him, Tom Stillings. Okay, so Major Dames may have been on to something. If he truly has no memory of being our instructor for Mars, our first teacher, as it were, our first Mars training officer after Fort Courtney Hunt to the CIA, then it may have been an interdimensional experience of some kind that produced our memory of working with a Major Ed Dames, but not the Major Ed Dames in this dimension who does or does not possess those memories. Okay, so that goes to my point about the fact that we only live in a semi-overlapping reality. I had the experience of going home and finding a different woman answering the door than my beloved mother. Okay, it was quite alienating. So that may have happened in the Major Ed Dames incident on the coast. But because the truth movement has fragmented into egotistical posturing and back and forth and discrepancies and disputes, we are not focusing on what we named this program for, Aaron, the quest for truth. I would love for Ed Dames to call me, and I can talk to him about what we remember and say, Ed, was it not the case that your girlfriend's name in 1980 was blah, 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 and she was from the town of blah, 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 California? Okay? That is stuck in my mind. I remember his statement. I remember meeting her and that she had blonde hair, just as he did. Okay? So, at least in those years. So, there seems to be a pattern where even non-dimensional crossovers occur that could reveal the complicated timelines of the multiverse. And because people get into these egotistical, if I disagree with you and I'm right, you must be wrong type disputes, we're ignoring the lesson of modern quantum physics. The old idea is that if A and B disagreed about an allegedly common experience, either one was right and one was wrong, or they were both wrong. Modern quantum physics shows that both can have discrepant memories and both be right. And I use the example. You say you went to the same college during the same years as your classmate. Did you really? Were you occupying the same body? Were you going to the same classes? Were you stopping on campus at the same time and having the same conversations? Were you going to the same concerts? Were you reading the same books? Were you surfing or going to the beach at the same time at UC San Diego as I was? Were you writing the poetry at UC San Diego that I was during my freshman year? We all actually go to different colleges, even when we say we're going to college together or church or whatever. So that may be the explanation for the Ed Dames incident. But he was our instructor in our reality. Okay, so that's what the truth movement has to focus on, is the overlapping nature of multiple timelines in the multiverse. That explains the fact that when they sent me to Ford's Theater 8 times, every time it changed a little bit. But the assassination of Lincoln, his arrival there with Mary Todd Lincoln, his wife, the fact that Laura Keene was starring in Our American Cousin, the fact that he was shot, that the whole audience exploded in pandemonium after they realized that President Lincoln had been shot, always happened, but the little details always changed, like who was walking through the lobby. Okay, so that may explain the Ed Dames incident.
Okay. Well, that you might have already answered Gary's next question, which was, can Andy tell us a little bit about Major Ed Dames briefings ahead of going to Mars, specifically what other nationalities were? And
well, he did tell us that there were Americans, British, and Russian forces, groups that we might encounter, that we might even be talking to the British nationals on Mars because they spoke the same language, that we should give leeway or clearance and not interrupt the activities of Russian troops up there, or even astronauts up there, or not even communicate with them. We couldn't because we didn't speak Russian. He described really everything. He told us about predators on the surface, how we were getting up there. He showed us a kind of a habitat that we might be staying in if we were sleeping overnight there, or they were thinking of putting on the surface. I mean, he was really training us excellently. He showed us how to run around in zigzag patterns if we were pursued by one of the inevitably lethal predators. He announced one day about who was going to announce the fact that Mars was inhabited, and he walked down the aisle next to my dad and I. My dad was sitting behind me in the same aisle, and he stuck his hands out, and in regard to who was going to be the breakthrough individual of life on Mars. He said, Andy does. Ta-da! So he had prior knowledge of my 2008 paper, 28 years later, The Discovery of Life on Mars, which was the first paper to show, not only talk about, but show images of humanoids, animal species, statues, and sculptures on the red planet, and structures and sculptures, I should say, and people and animals. And it was really just a 3.5 week seminar on the critical information we needed to know and the critical things we should do to save our lives. So, for example, he showed us that if we were a certain distance from the very lethal predator that was like sort of a grasshopper with saber-toothed teeth in the front and about 10 to 12 legs, about the size of a small garbage truck that would just come and eviscerate us if it got anywhere near us.
Mm-hmm.
He said, all of you should run fairly fast. That's one of the reasons you've been selected. You're not track stars, but you're fairly fast in a sprint. So if you're if you're a certain distance from these, just start running like hell. And that's what Brett and I did one time when we got close to one of those. So Ed Dames actually gave us training that saved our lives on the Red Planet. For that, we stated when we talked about his service as our instructor that we credited him with saving our lives. So we were very disappointed when he would start opening up some of his conference appearances by saying, look, I was not on Mars. Well, it wasn't about Ed Dames going to Mars any more than it was about any of us U.S. astronauts going to Mars, or that it was an Obama on Mars story as it was spun by the mainstream media, except with, I would give credit to Keith Olbermann of MSNBC during those years about telling the truth that two former government officials, namely Brett and I, had revealed the fact that President Obama had been on the Red Planet as a U.S. astronaut in the secret space program. Just Keith Olbermann of the mainstream media told the story straight and accurately.
Wow. That's
a pretty sorry history, pretty sorry record for the MSM, the mainstream media.
Yes.
But our story only really came out in full flower and full truth and full amplitude through the exertions of the alternative media. And for that, we're very grateful. To people, like I said, in 15 countries. I mean, that led to me literally lecturing all over the hemisphere. So the alternative media and the truth of it are working. And that's why I cited those 11 words in the last couple of shows that I would urge everybody to read. Anyway,
okay.
That was our position. That Dames was our first Mars instructor.
Yeah. And
first Mars training house.
He could have, he might have secrecy oaths, or he might have been blank slated, or he might have been in two different places at the same time, like you and your father were. But
well, yeah, it's quite possible. I don't want to attribute spurious intent or sort of quasi-criminal, quasi-tortious, make a quasi-tortious statement or defamatory statement about Ed Dames. Because look, we know this. We know that if we assume arguendo that his birth name and legal name is Ed Dames or Edward Dames, as he told me it was when he worked on Project Pegasus when I was a kid, he even clarified the fact that his name was Danish and may have originally been Danes, but was Dames with an M as in Mary, right? But I thought he had told me his name was Ed Danes or Dane.
Okay.
I knew what a Danish person was, right? I'm part Danish. I'm a Borneman, right? My family background, my mother's side.
You're part Danish. I'm part Jelly Roll. Boom, pa.
That's nice too, yeah.
Next question.
Ed,
Okay. Go ahead.
Ed was somebody I had contact in Pegasus. So if he also denies that, it may be that if his, like I was saying, if his birth name and legal name is Ed Dames, then he may be under a loyalty oath not to reveal what he's done in defense technical and off-planet work, or even that he's gone off-planet or like been our Mars teacher or one of our Mars teachers. Because in those years, it was in his official biography until he took it off, that in 1980, he was a scientific and technical intelligence officer for the U.S. Army. And somebody at the major rank literally reveals that if he is Major Ed Dames, he was given the status of an Army officer with access to intelligence information, intelligence files, which literally is a self-revelation that he's an intelligence community apparatchik, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so having reached the major rank, just like, well, how about Major Eldon Bird? It was Dr. Eldon Bird, right? Not Major Eldon Bird. But he told me he was shadow listed as a Major Eldon Bird. If that's what Ed is, that's his real name, he's essentially put it in the public domain that he was a scientific and technical intelligence officer when we remember him giving us scientific and technical intelligence data and training about going to the Red Planet. And he was at the level at which an Army officer could have intelligence secrets shared with him. So these dots start to link up just by the fact that he is Major Ed Dames, and we remember working with him. Mm-hmm. And he's admitted that he is Major Ed Dames.
And he has contributed greatly to the remote viewing field because that's maybe the one thing they allowed him to talk about, possibly.
Right, and also, as I've said in my description of the high science disinformation ploy, the whole telling of remote viewing since the publication of Jim Schnabel's book. By the way, I found out, I don't think it was the late 80s, I think it was the early 90s, maybe even the late 90s, has been to obscure chronovision. Because the Russell Targs, the Hal Puthoffs, writers like Jim Schnabel, even I think like Stephen Emerson and Secret Warriors, there's always that focus on remote viewing, but never a discussion of chronovision.
Right.
And so I named that the high side disinformation ploy.
Yeah.
And Ed, by the way, stated that he got involved in remote viewing in 1982. And then, of course, the story long told by Ingo Swann is that remote viewing began at SRI in 1972. And I know the Navy involved me in it, the Office of Naval Intelligence, in 1969. So it's kind of like Ed Dames' claim about remote viewing is two steps removed from the truth, that it began under ONI leadership in the late 60s, not in 1972 at SRI, Stanford Research Institute, as long claimed by the likes of Russell Targ, Hal Puthoff, Ingo Swann, and so forth, Joe McGonigal, and so forth. Okay. So remote viewing itself is being concealed to hide the true history and the early use of remote viewing as an ancillary activity of chronovision, and then in turn being used to completely not tell the true use of chronovision.
Yeah.
So that could be part of the use of Ed Dames as a scientific and technical intelligence officer for the U.S. Army.
Right, and if he's telling us about remote viewing, why wouldn't he tell us about the Mars jumper if he was involved? So yeah, I can see why they would do that. But
and I want if you're listening to this, Ed Dames, I want to remember that Virginia Olds of the CIA stated that the IQ that she found for me in CIA record was either 168 or 186. She couldn't remember. I know it was over 140 because I was declared a mentally gifted minor by the state of California in 1972 when I moved there and took the IQ test.
Wow.
I also got a very high score on the Stanford Binet and the Otis Lemon IQ test. I got virtually perfect scores on the Iowa test of basic skills in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade in New Jersey before I moved to California. And, Ed, I would remind you, if you do the research, that I was the 280th American to take an academic degree from Magdalen College, University of Cambridge, since that distinguished university was founded in the year 1468. That's not a lot of Americans, Ed. So what I'd like to say is, what's that word you say in gin rummy or tennis? You know, I basically have turned a circle on your evasion of the truth, Major Dames, and I'd like you to come forward. Either state that you were not at College of the Siskiyous and give some other explanation, or admit that you were. We have had at least 7 gentlemen who were going to Mars by aeronautical repositioning chamber, and the great-granddaughter of a president who was offered the opportunity to do so but declined, have come forward publicly and substantially and for years. Just as I told President Obama in July of 2020, it is senseless to suppress true history at this point. We cannot suppress true history in the age of disclosure brought into existence by the World Wide Web. Okay? So don't think you can tell one audience, like your conference participants, just as the person now using the name Barack Obama used the Stephen Colbert show, to believe you can project one false message, one suppression campaign at one audience, or spin facts by one group of operatives and suppress true history. You cannot. And if you continue to do this, unfortunately, you're going to be held accountable through the eyes of history in the future. And those who've been telling the truth will be absolved by true history and their destinies in the future.
Yes.
Their history will absolve them. So I would urge you strenuously to come forward and tell the truth.
I think Elvis said it the best. You can block out the sun for a bit, but it's not going anywhere. The sun is
Right.
like the truth.
Yeah, like that.
Sun is like the truth. You can block it out for a while, but it's not going anywhere. Yeah, it's always going to seep
I'd like
in.
to get some feedback on my lyrics from Band on the Run by Paul McCartney and Wings, and ask anybody, because they really believe that the Paul is Dead controversy was not true after hearing those lyrics. You know, when Denny Lane of the Moody Blues, who was one of the musicians standing in for the deceased Paul McCartney, for which Penny Lane was written,
right,
surreptitiously,
interesting.
Sang for Wings, helped co-found, and he performed and sang for Wings for 10 years, 1971 to 1981.
Wow.
Come on. Just listen to Band on the Run and listen to the metaphorical description of the death of Paul McCartney and its impact on the Beatles.
I'm looking in the chat to see if there's any comments on that. I see David Parsons says Major Ed Dames possibly had the rainbow or cosmic security clearance since he was an armed forces science person. They do have to sign disclaimer, oath stuff. Yeah, some things.
I didn't sign a secrecy oath. And that was one of the reasons my dad was using me as a means to have the story of Project Pegasus told.
Right.
In fact, children lack the capacity to contract.
Right.
So no, we didn't sign security oaths.
Okay. Was the New York jump room an elevator also, and did you use it? This is from Gary McCusker.
No, it was not an elevator. It was on a ground floor building.
Okay. And it was
but it was like the jump room in the sense that the elevator-like compartment, or the grain elevator-like compartment, morphed into a cylinder.
Interesting.
And by the way, I usually came back to Earth and found myself in that location. In fact, I would often be walking around the George Washington Bridge complex there, to get into that CIA building adjacent to it. I would arrive there and then be often taken to a U.S. airbase, where I would then ride in the back of an A-10 attack plane that didn't even have seats. It was like the Air Force people would know this experience. It's like just a ledge, kind of like not even a bucket seat. It's like the area at the back of an A-10 that should have had seats.
Wow.
Kind of like sitting on this aluminum mound in the back,
Like
trying not to fall over.
Like in the back of
Those guys were excellent pilots. I really admire the Air Force.
Yeah.
And we would zoom across the country. Kind of like that plane that probably shot down what was Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania on 9/11.
Oh yeah, terrible. And not even a tiny scrap of evidence of it. Nothing. Not even a little teeny 1 by 1 inch.
So we would then land at LAX or an Air Force base adjacent to it or near it, and then I would walk or be driven back to 99 North Sepulveda, and then I would have to go upstairs up the elevator to be debriefed by Ed Ding. Because there was never a debriefing in New York. It was just, for me, an arrival. Now, when I was told to transfer it from UCLA to Columbia University in New York, so as to arrive as a student there in the fall of 1981 school year, or school term, just as Barry Santoro, who would later use the name Barack Obama, did. That might have been to reassign me to the New York jump room to go to Mars. But I don't remember ever going there from that location. But I do remember coming back from Mars to Earth, landing there, arriving there, and then taking not a teleporter, but so there was like an opening of the cylinder when we were coming from Mars, a remorphing back into a box, and then an opening in New York. For me, that was my discrete experience of the New York jumper. And somebody I would ask about that is Bernard Mendez.
Yeah.
Bernie was on the surface a lot with Brett and I, and just with ourselves separately, a lot. And he was from Staten Island, New York. He is a New Yorker.
Right.
And so Bernie was probably there more than we were.
I've heard him say that. Yeah. Unfortunately, and as you know, I did contact him, and he just feels his memory is just not good enough to be on.
Right. He's being truthful. He's saying, look,
Mhm.
I'm gotten on in years.
Right.
And my memory isn't what it used to be. I know that Andy and Brett and William White Crow and Ken Johnson are telling the truth. I was telling the truth. But I just feel comfortable staying in the truth movement because my memory is shot, and that's part of aging.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a little trouble with that. Like today I was trying to think of who played Uncle Fester on the Addams Family, and I couldn't remember Jackie Coogan.
Yeah, he was the first child star, too. He was the first child star.
I couldn't remember that the boy's name was Pugsley and the girl's name was Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday. So you start to lose your memory as you age.
Oh, okay.
And I am, even though I've always had a superb one. So,
well, yeah.
So it is. Who saw them shows.
Well, I'm your same
The more
age,
things
too.
change, the more they remain the same.
I'm 60 as well, and I can't remember half the things I've forgotten. So there you go.
I can remember I had a roast beef sandwich from Subway today.
Oh, yeah?
I can't remember what I had yesterday for lunch. I know it was good.
I was in New York City once, and I had a pastrami sandwich, and I could only eat half of it. And it was it was in February. So I opened up the window of the hotel. I put it on the sill. And that was many, many, many years ago. And I wonder if it's still there. I wonder. Could be.
Is that not the embodiment of truth for Bernie to say that? He didn't say, look, you're crazy.
Right.
Look, I disagree.
Right.
Look, you're liars. Look, I'm denouncing my testimony.
No.
He just said, my memory is shot. And in fact, I helped Bernie with that conclusion because his originally valid consulting and truth-telling about his experiences, all of which I concurred with, it started to fragment in 2016 when he was interviewed by Tim Cohen, the writer.
Okay.
And I went back to Bernie and I said, Bernie, this is not what happened to you and me on the Red Planet or Brett or anything we've discussed. You have a memory problem. And over the last 5 or 6 years, he came to terms with that. And that's the better man or woman who does that. Mm-hmm. They say, look, this is my disability. Mm-hmm. Just like I'm being upfront about my visual and kidney problems as I'm now 60. Mm-hmm. I'm popularizing them to show others you don't have to stop being a creative, productive American when you have certain health issues.
Right.
word treating a lot, and also to sort of announce and promote the success of the bionic revolution that will allow me to see again, that will allow me to pee again, okay, and not be on dialysis, and not have kidneys, have artificial kidneys. But I admire Bernie Mendez for doing that. I salute him. He has been a truth teller. I'm so proud to have saved his life on the Red Planet. And I just, send out best wishes to Bernie. God bless him.
I think he's added a lot to the disclosure movement. A lot of his stories, even his interactions with
Aaron, look what Bernie Mendez and I accomplished.
Yeah.
A tough guy from Staten Island, New York, and a bright guy from New Jersey went to Mars and were interviewed as far afield as, let's say, Vince Eastwood's radio show in New Zealand.
Great show.
Okay, so that's an object lesson in the fact that a global village is forming around the internet and radio and exchanges of experiencers, like my trips to British Columbia and Argentina and Mexico and Malaysia and so forth. Okay, so that's what Bernie can take justifiable pride in. He not only had the courage to go to the Red Planet, but to tell the truth about it and to cast that truth as far afield as he could, enlightening the whole planet. That's a beautiful thing. I salute Bernie and my fellows for doing so.
And I would encourage everyone that's watching the program to look up Bernie Mendez. There's still videos of him talking about his various different escapades, and check him out. We got another question here from Gary, and this is a good one. It's a very thoughtful question.
Fire away.
The glass dome above Mars' surface is in contradiction with Kent Johnston's Sr.'s sky taxi and the pterodactyl attack. Discuss.
Yes, look, Gary, I love you like a brother. You've been a great supporter over the years, but I have to call it as I see it. That is an example of what's called reductio ad absurdum. In other words, you're reducing to absurdity. You're saying the glass dome over Mars, that was a glass dome once perceived to be in a certain location on Mars. When Bernie had Barack Obama, then using the name Barry Soetoro, fire that starter gun at the surface, it bounced off a dome, just like one time Courtney and Hunt and I walked across the surface. And Courtney and I were blocked by a force field and trying to figure out what was going on. Okay, that was not always going on. Sometimes that glass dome, those force fields were not in place. And when those pterodactyls were attacking us, they were dive bombing us. I mean, Whiteker and I were actually sometimes when we were swapping weapons after we restocked the ammunition in the AR-15s that we were using to protect ourselves in Brett Stillings for about 30 minutes on the surface. Those dive-bombing pterodactyl-like creatures with approximately 10 to 25-foot wingspans of different widths, different sort of ages of pterodactyl as creatures. We were sometimes knocking those pterodactyls out of the sky with our devices by swinging them like baseball bats.
Wow.
So the story of Barry Soetoro firing that starter pistol in one location on one jump, it could have been, for example, a containment dome that we came to with that jump room that day, or that was being used during the beginning of our trips to Mars. But it was not the norm. It wasn't a universal condition. So we have to guard against the Latin fault of reasoning known as reductio ad absurdum.
Okay.
The fact that my friend likes ice cream as my friend doesn't necessarily mean that I like ice cream. I might, because it's ice cream, right? But I don't like ice cream because my friend does. So we have to avoid false correlation, and that's an example of that.
Okay. I guess he was just a little confused and he wanted to ask that question.
Right. And that's fair. That's fair. But he's often trying to frame syllogism in which he detects an inconsistency. And there was never any consistency between Satoro finding a dome above this, toward the sky that time he shot that starter's pistol, or, flare gun, as it were.
Okay.
The time Courtney Hunt and I ran into that force field, and other times when the up and down movement or the sideways movement on Mars was not restricted. We've given ample testimony to that. So let me put it this way. The fact that I got stuck for 3 or 4 hours on a stalled elevator at the UCLA dorms does not mean that all my elevator trips when I was undergraduate at UCLA were characterized by being stuck between floors for 4 hours. That was one incident. So we can't universalize singularities into either multiplicities or normalities.
I like that. That's a good way to say it.
As Richard Falk of the Woodrow Wilson School, at Princeton once said, Dr. Richard Falk, reality is spaghetti. There are all these one-to-one correlations that loop around and over each other, just like a plate of spaghetti. So that would be my response to Gary's point. Reality is spaghetti.
Okay. Here's another one. Reality is spaghetti. Oops. Okay, so
This is from Gary?
yeah. What does Andy know about the captain and his 2 assistants, advanced turtle-like beings who were in charge of this area of space as mentioned by Bernie Mendez? How is he allowing pallets of something on the Air Force, outlining the Air Force
human
space?
Flesh?
I think
Well,
so.
that's kind of a complicated question that touches upon another number of issues. Bernie Mendez shared the testimony that in his access to ET for the Defense Department, Bernie, had contact with El Supremo, that long-necked gray who was sort of the commander, or alleged commander of this galaxy, or this part of the galaxy. I never met a long-necked gray, although I met small grays, tall grays, and Nordics, and orange. Or I was in the same building as a Nordic. I didn't meet her. I was in the same room as an orange, and I didn't really converse with them or interact with them. I interacted with small grays and tall grays. I never saw or had any kind of encounter with a tall gray, much less alleged El Supremo. Okay. Now, the claim by former CIA agent Richard Cox that pallets of the flesh of human children was being placed on U.S. air bases to give to a certain extraterrestrial species that has compromised our government, that was something I was told by that former CIA agent, whose identity as a former CIA agent was shared with me by a known former CIA agent, namely Virginia or Ginny Olds, O-L-D-S. But no, I can't really answer that question because it's outside my knowledge.
Okay. Here's a question from Sopranos Fan 11. How would Al Bielek and Preston Nichols know of Jack Pruitt working on secret time travel projects if they weren't involved?
Well, Jack Pruitt was involved, and they would know because Jack Pruitt, who had been the team leader for Project Pegasus beginning in the 1960s, was the research director for Project Montauk. I never said that Project Montauk didn't exist. I mean, I had contact with Jack Pruitt and his late son, Glenn Pruitt, in June of 2003 in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So Al Bielek could have had contact with Jack Pruitt on, for example, Project Montauk. I never said that Al's entire testimony was false. I just said that I spoke with him once, and I reviewed what he was claiming in the public domain. And he was claiming, for example, that you could use the Montauk chair to get to Mars. And that was false. You could use the Montauk chair to get to a 15 to 20 minute episode in your own subjective future. So if your own subjective future held going to Mars via arc, you could access that moment via Montauk chair. Al also made false claims, for example, of jumping off the Eldridge during the Philadelphia experiment, and conflating that with reincarnation and becoming one of the Cameron brothers, not a Bialik, right? That was false because the so-called Philadelphia experiment didn't involve the USS Eldridge or radar invisibility. It involved the USS Martha's Vineyard and Tesla teleportation. So I faulted Al's entire story when I described him as an exo-hoaxer. I never said he never did anything for the U.S. government. He may very well have done so. He may have been a fellow Polish American and did so, just like myself, my father, Stephen J. Lukasik, and even a fellow Polish American in New Jersey named Belenki. I won't give her full name. But Al engaged in exaggerations and distortions and embellishments of reality. He was sort of possibly involved, but he admitted to me, for example, that he went back to one of his employers and they said, Al, you don't remember working here? So the Al Bialik I interviewed admitted that he was not in command of his own memory, of his own life. Okay. He was also conflating everything that was hot. Montauk, the Montauk chair, teleportation, Mars visitation. It was all kind of a melange of everybody's account. That would be like one of those mind control victims circa 2000 saying, oh yeah, I was not only a mind control victim and a torture victim, but I was tortured and mind controlled by, let's see, Joseph Mengele of the Nazi regime, Dr. Ewan Cameron of McGill University in Toronto, or Montreal, Canada, and Sidney Gottlieb of the U.S. of the CIA. With, let's say, Ed Dames and Harold Agnew thrown in there, because of course Andy mentioned them on his Mars and time travel experiences. In other words, there are some people who sort of conflate everybody else's experiences into their own, and that's what I believe was the sort of mental pattern disorder that Al Bialik was suffering from.
Okay, we got a question from Young Star the Kid, and he asks, while waiting in the break room or something like that before you went off into time travel device, what did you guys do in the meantime? Like play games or video games even? Watch movies? Probably not, huh? There weren't such a thing.
Well, we were taken over from my elementary school to the teleporter at Curtis Wright, or the chronovisor in Morristown, which was originally in Convent Station, New Jersey. Mm-hmm. And we were pretty much just ready for what we had been trained to do by the time we get to those devices. Now, before going up to Mars, when they had to send us up like every 15 minutes, depending on how close Mars was to Earth, and how many guys could go, or ladies could go in the ark, we would just sort of sit there like astronauts at the same kind of coffee room on the launch pad, near the launch pad there at Cape Kennedy, and just sort of have like a cup of coffee, maybe some creamer, maybe kind of like this Danish or sweet roll. I would always put some butter on it because I'm a huge butter fan. It's very good for you. And just kind of talk about what we experienced recently and what we're going to be looking at on that jump and things like that. It was mostly just wasting time. We weren't playing Parcheesi or Monopoly or anything. Cards.
Okay. That was a good one. Let's see if there's another one. Was there a jump room protocol? This is from Gary McCusker. Was there a jump room protocol?
There was a jump room protocol in the sense that, in my experience, when I was going as a U.S. astronaut going to Mars, between July of 81 and August of 84, during that period, Mars grew closer to Earth. Now, why could more astronauts go in the same arc at the same time to Mars or back during those years? Because there was less elapsed time in the arc before either getting to Mars or getting to Earth. So there was more oxygen inside that jump room, that space elevator, that arc, to breathe, so we would not asphyxiate. So that was a consideration. They would say, look, Andy, you're going to have to go by yourself, which I did on that first jump. Or, okay, Andy, you're going to be going up the next time with Courtney Hunt, or Brett Stilling, or Bernie Mendez, or by yourself again. So during that initial several years, we were usually going up by ourselves or one other astronaut, as were we coming back. But as Mars grew closer and closer to Earth, there could be four. Like I remember one time when Obama, Dugan, Stillings, and I were in the same jump room. I remember that Barry actually tossed his cookies and threw up on the floor of the jump room. It was very, very nauseating.
Ooh.
I'm not faulting for them, just showing that we were human.
Mm-hmm.
Just like I was tearing my hair out when I thought we were dead men when Bernie and I crashed on the surface. Just as Bernie then collapsed on the surface of hypoxia or something, and I had to carry him a mile to the jump room.
Wow.
On my shoulder.
Wow.
We were human. I want the space program to be talked about in terms of what people really experience.
Yes.
I think it was Judy Resnick who was sadly killed aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
And had a panic attack on her first jump into space on the space shuttle, and had to be sedated and tied up in a sleeping bag.
Wow. That
great woman, that late great American astronaut, Judy Resnick, a cousin of one of my old friends in California, had the courage to step aboard that space shuttle and take that rocket up into the sky after being so deracinated during her first trip. I think it was Judy Resnick. I apologize to the Resnick family and her memory if I'm mistaken, but I think it was Judy Resnick. She had the courage to get back aboard that horse and gallop into the sunset of taking that rocket into the sky. We did not have that sensation, right? Because we were going via time travel, not space travel. I've never been on a rocket in Earth orbit or in space. I've been in time travel situations, time travel devices. So it was somewhat deracinating to be in the resonance and the location of Mars and seeing Earth in the far distance and the Martian moons Phobos and Deimos above our heads. That was weird. Just like I had said to Barry Santoro when we were in training when I met him. And he said, no, we're going to be doing something that very few human beings on Earth have done, and that's go to another planet. And I said, Barry, I know. Isn't it just friggin' unbelievable? I mean, I keep on thinking about how when we're on the Martian surface, Earth is going to be over our heads. And I can't really wrap my mind around that, not even thinking about the view of the Earth from the moon. And so anyway, Judy Resnick panicked, had a panic attack, and had to be sedated and sewn up or zipped up in her sleeping bag, and yet had the courage to get back on the space shuttle. So we're all human, and I think they should tell the truth about these moments in both the overt and the covert or secret space program. We are all human.
Right.
Sometimes we have indigestion.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we have to go number one or number two. Sometimes we need to sleep or get warm or get food in our bellies, get some water. We didn't stop being human just because we were going to another planet or going off planet.
Right.
And off planet travel is pretty scary.
Dangerous.
It's not normal. It's dangerous. I was pretty much concerned and kind of had a nightmare sensation on the red planet, really for two or three reasons. One was the absence of, or relative absence of water. There was some water, but we were told we shouldn't try to drink it. The predators on the surface, the distance from Earth, and a fourth factor would be the possibility that the jump rooms wouldn't work and we would be stranded there.
Yeah.
That did not put my mind at ease. It gave me like a slow, grinding sensation of nightmare when I was going to Mars.
I bet.
Because why was that? I was a young man named Andy Basiago from Mars Plains, New Jersey. I didn't want to die on some barren planet millions of miles from Earth. I mean, I had just moved to California 9 years earlier, and I miss New Jersey
Mm-hmm.
and the verdant fields of the Garden State, my home state. So we just have to, factor in the fact that we don't lose our humanity when we go off planet. We still bring it into space or onto another planet. We have to account for that. There's nothing wrong with telling those stories.
Right.
We love the sense of humor and the camaraderie of William Cameron McCool, but we bemoan the fact that he lost his brave life on the space shuttle.
Yeah.
That's life. Accidents take the lives of very valorous people. It's very sad.
I have a couple questions here for you. One, we have a super chat from RT, and RT says, "Can Andy's siblings corroborate his evidence? Thanks." And there's another one that's been on screen for a while. I want to ask you that one too. Were you permitted to read your own book? What was said about the project? Where is that copy now? This is McCusker asking.
No. Okay, that's a number of questions, but then I'll address my siblings.
Okay.
Let me address my siblings first, because that was the first question.
Okay.
My father was in the U.S. Intelligence Committee. He was a major in the 2nd Reserve of the U.S. Army. He was a senior projects engineer at the Ralph M. Parsons Company. He was a CIA officer. Okay? I was made a Navy lieutenant in the 3rd grade when I started time traveling. Both of the projects I was on were above top secret. Were my siblings let in on any of that? No. Were there 8 times I talk about in my book where I said things to one of my 4 siblings about Project Pegasus? Yes. One time I said to one of my brothers, at this time in New Mexico, there's not even any snow on the ground. Something like that. Or I said to my brother one time when he was sort of holding my face at arm's length and kind of teasing me, I got angry and said, at least you're not in a learning lab, meaning at least you're not being trained for Project Pegasus.
Mm-hmm.
I have written down everything I said in front of my siblings. Like when we were crossing New Mexico in November of 72,
Mm-hmm.
my dad turned to my mom and said, we were in southern New Mexico, like around Las Cruces
Okay.
or Roswell. And he said, hon, where should we stop for lunch? And before my mom answered, I leaned forward between them from the back seat or the front seat of the station wagon, which I would usually occupy as the youngest and the smallest of 7 in the family. And I turned to my dad and said, Dad, why don't we go up to Albuquerque and go to the La Hacienda, the La Placita. Maybe I just said the La Placita. Maybe Connie Chavez will be there. And one of my sisters turned to me and said, when were you ever in Albuquerque with Dad? And what's the La Placita? And who's Connie Chavez? And I said, my answer was that of a 5th grader or 6th grader, having served in time travel for the previous 4 years. I said, I was in Albuquerque with Dad when I was in the learning lab. I didn't even call it Project Pegasus. And the La Placita is a restaurant in Old Town Albuquerque. And Connie is an old friend of Dad's who works there. Okay. They wouldn't meet Connie Chavez until we went grunion hunting with her, like in 1975.
Yeah.
Like 6 years before her death in January of 1981. They even met Connie Chavez, and they never learned that Connie was an old flame of my dad's from the 50s, 1953, 54, before my parents even met, that she was on Project Pegasus. She was a go-to person in Albuquerque when my dad and I were there. She was sort of my mother away from home when I had teleported to New Mexico and was there on a project basis. She even had teleported to Ohio and to New Jersey.
Wow.
So just because you're in an above top secret project, and let's say one of your parents or one of your uncles or siblings or whatever, that doesn't mean all your other siblings are brought into the program.
Right.
But I have cataloged all these times where they were told something by me or I was giving them information that they absolutely could not contextualize. When I said to one of my brothers, there's not even any snow on the ground at this time of year in New Mexico, he looked at me and said, good, because it made no sense. One time I mentioned Connie Chavez, Connie, in front of, or my Aunt Connie, as she was sometimes being called when we were there, in front of my mom, and she turned to my dad and said, "Who's his Aunt Connie?" Okay, so again, this is a bit of reductio ad absurdum. Secret projects are secret, and those who haven't been led into those secrets can begin to understand when tiny clues of the existence of that project start seeping out. That's the reality we're all living in. Do people listening to this broadcast realize standing in a thrifty drugstore in the San Fernando Valley of Los Angeles next to either a U.S. astronaut who was going to Mars or somebody who had time traveled for the country? Well, they did. Those going to Thrifty, because I used to go to Thrifty and my dad used to go to Thrifty, even when we were going to Mars and had gone into time space. So we're all living with these secrets all around us, but that doesn't mean that B, C, D, and E can prove A's claims if A was led into the secret activities and information of those activities. It's just not the way reality is structured.
Right. And your father told you too, said, gather the family together, tell them what we did, then tell the world. I mean, why would you have to gather the family together if they already knew about it? Right. So.
Exactly. They weren't in the program, and he was focusing on their development. He was worried about one of my sister's algebra performance. He was proud of one of my brothers when he was a champion wrestler in high school. He loved the musical performances of all of us because we were so good at our instruments. The drums, the clarinet, the bass clarinet, the flute, the trumpet, and the alto saxophone, which was my interest. So my parents always went to our music performances, our plays. He loved those. He was focusing on our family of seven family life together, not briefing all my four siblings on what we were doing secretly for the government. That was a non-starter. That was verboten. They were secret. He could have been killed if he had told the whole family. That's why he had me come forward after his death.
Right.
Because he had signed a secrecy oath, but I had not.
Right. Yeah. Wow.
I did sign a loyalty and secrecy oath on October 5th of 1969. October 5th of 1969. But as I've described many times, that may have been something they did as a ploy, but it was not of operative legal effect ever because children lack the capacity to contract.
Right.
So that was a ploy to shut us up, but it wasn't a real loyalty and secrecy oath. It was on DOD letterhead, but it did not bind me legally. But I was a kid.
But I
lacked the capacity to contract.
But patriotic kids probably would believe that it is true, and they would probably abide.
Exactly. Kids who wanted to do right by their parents, their program, their country, even their schools, which is sort of the kind of kids we were.
Yeah.
Just getting that ploy to think we had signed a loyalty and secrecy agreement on DOD letterhead on October 5th of 69 would make us think we were bound to secrecy and loyalty, but we were not.
Right. Yes, which you found out when you became a lawyer. Yeah.
Right.
Interesting. Oh, so were you permitted to read your own book? Were you permitted to read your own book about the project?
It was spoken of in front of me.
Okay.
I remember, I was just thinking today, in fact, I don't know if I've told this story or this experience, that Dr. Harold M. Agnew looked at it and said, "Once upon a time in the time stream." Oh, that's very original. And in that sense, I find that very original and in that sense, highly creative, which was certainly a high compliment from the most critically and involved Manhattan Project's physicist, the director of the Los Alamos lab. So Harold Agnew certainly signed off on my title and found it admirable or commendable, right? Now, Connie Chavez was reading around poolside in 1971. Summer of 71.
Oh, really?
And she showed me Once Upon a Time and then hid the liner notes on the top pages of the right side of the book where it says in the time stream.
Oh.
But did not show me the whole title. Because Once Upon a Time is obviously a tried and true formula.
Yeah.
But in the time stream is original.
Yeah.
And there were times that the content was discussed in my presence, like when Connie talked about how I was a human vacuum cleaner, and she would read something in the book that just happened or would then quickly happen. And when we were coming back from that dinner party in Lamy, New Mexico, that Rumsfeld was at, and asked when we came in, said, Ray, did you ever think you'd find yourself in Lamy, New Mexico? I mean, ever in your life? Okay. Connie opened that book and said to my dad, when she said to my dad, Ray, your son Andrew is a human vacuum cleaner. And he said, what do you mean, Connie? And she said, well, I'll read something in his book, and then it'll either have just happened or then quickly happened. He's remembering everything. And this book comes out like 50 years from now, right? Or more.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, why don't you give me an example? And she opened up the book, and it was where I talk about what we just talked about. So Connie was telling of that reality as she was then reading it in the book from 50 years in the future, being described by me, of what she was then presently saying. So I use the example, it was kind of like those two mirrors in a barber shop, where one mirror reflects the other, reflects the other, reflects the other, ad infinitum. Yeah. Connie actually slammed the book shut when that happened. So there were times when the content of the book was described in front of me, but it was never read to me, because they didn't want to brief me on everything in the book. They did let me, my dad did have me read my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, in like, what was that? That was like November of 71, from 2008. But that was because they wanted to make sure I included as much content about life forms on the red planet as possible in that paper. So where there was a programmatic goal, the chronogarchy, as Alfred calls it, will brief somebody on something they need to know in the future. But that was not deemed necessary for my book, Once Upon a Time in the Time Stream. I was not, in a sense, in a need to know regarding my own book. They wanted to rely on my memory. And by the way, that may have been an experiment in the chronogarchy to see whether the book they had, which I've never gotten a copy of, was what I would then finally publish in real time. It may have been, in other words, an interdimensional experiment, quantum access experiment, as it were. Now, Brett Stilling said he saw a copy of my book at an old bookstore in Temecula, California, but I was never shown that book, so I don't know if its memory is reliable or was influenced by going to Mars with me and then realizing when I was on the coast talking about my time travel experiences that he knew me from Project Mars and so forth. That was stated that such a book exists, but I was never shown it. I never had it. Or believe me, I would have published it many, many years ago. And whenever, I met up with Brett Stilling like in 2010, and he said he had seen, if he had been in possession of it, or like one of my brothers had been given a copy by my dad, I would have published it years ago. Yeah. Because, the first half of the book, like the first 150 chapters, are what happened to me when I was a kid on the project. The second corpus of 150 chapters or so, a little bit more, a little bit less, was my search for the truth when I was an adult. So that would have had to be rewritten, or written originally to begin with. But I wouldn't have rewritten the first half if it was necessary. I would have published it years ago. Yeah. But because everybody was guilt tripping me, when is your book going to come out? You promised it for 2011 originally. And I would say, look, I've been practicing law. Nobody's paying me to be a truth teller. And I had to bring this information out so I would not be killed. Mm-hmm. Okay, I was applying the reverse Danny Casolaro effect. Okay, you don't hide secret information when you're not supposed to share it. You tell it to save your life. And that's what I was doing. Okay. Not so much concerned about publishing a book. And I would like to thank George Norrie for complimenting me at a meeting of Contact of Desert one year for being a figure in the truth movement who was not concerned about publishing a book and making money, but in telling the truth of my experiences. That is true. The courtesy that complimented George nor he extended to me during that contact in the desert.
Okay. Thank you, RT, for that.
So I'm digging on these questions from Gary McCusker. Gary, thank you for your fellowship and solidarity over the years. Quite appreciated.
Yes.
I enjoy these questions, Gary, and I don't mean to be hard on you in terms of avoiding sort of syllogisms or correlation, but it seems to be a pattern in your questions in the sense that you're trying to find a snag, you're trying to find contradiction, and you're sort of stipulating them when contradictions don't exist. A Mars where the sky was blocked and where our forward movement on the face of the planet were blocked when we were walking sometimes happened on the red planet, but very infrequently.
Okay.
I can tell you those pterodactyls were trying to snap our heads off.
Wow.
And I have the late William Whitecrow to thank for saving my life.
Incredible. Gary asks another question. Was Andy's father Raymond F. Basiago paid for the 8 extra years he spent in quantum displacement? Did Parsons pay his taxes for this period? And if not, are they tax compliant? Tax compliant.
Who was that, Gary again?
Yeah, Gary.
Okay, Gary, I don't know. I do know that when my dad retired from Parsons in 1984, he received a lump sum payment, which I think was attributed to his heart disease from working there. Now, we know that the valve defect he had for the mitral valve of his heart was something that many adults who were teleporting were getting, just like the children who were teleporting would later develop a disease that mimicked diabetes mellitus in adulthood. So that may have been a disguised 8 years that he was not paid in real time, but when he was in quantum displacement. You know, I've talked about how when he died at age 66 in 1990, chronologically, biologically, he was actually 74 because of the 8 years he spent in quantum displacement in New Mexico, where we would teleport to New Mexico, spend time there, and then teleport back to New Jersey, arriving about 15 minutes after we had originally left. Imagine a father of 5 who's like sitting on the edge of his bed in the master bedroom, taking off his shoes from work, and he hasn't been home for a year.
Wow.
My late great dad experienced 8 years of such quantum displacement.
Wow.
So it's quite understandable why he only survived to age 74.
Yes.
And was not able to enjoy the long life that I'm going to be able to enjoy. Imagine the stress of that. But no, I don't have direct evidence that those 8 years of quantum displacement were either paid and then taxed or not taxed. I just don't know. But I do know he received a lump sum payoff from Parsons when he left their employment in 84.
Okay.
And then it was between 1984 and 90 that he told me about the 8 years of quantum displacement that he and Raymond Kubik of Parsons, the man who, with his wife Doris, had introduced my parents in 1955, and they walked off on the primrose path together and married 6 months later. It was Ray Kubik and my dad who sat down and said, "Look, Ray, you're already 8 years older because of your service on the project. Because when you spend years and months and weeks and days in quantum displacement, you age in the ordinary diurnal sense of aging. So I turned 60 in September of 2021, but I was actually turning 61 biologically. I'm actually going to be 62 this September biologically when I turn 61 chronologically. Why? Because I spent those 4 hidden summers in New Mexico, 4 3-month periods, where I aged an additional year in a diurnal sense of time. And by the way, Courtney Hunt was like 51 when I met him in 81, which means he was born in 1930. But then he told me, no, he was born in 1937. That would be 6 years or so in quantum displacement. And Courtney Hunt was in quantum displacement. Remember, I met him in the early 70s when he'd come back from the year 2200 in Los Angeles, when I met him at became aware of his existence when I was at the Cerrillos Cultural Center in Cerrillos, New Mexico. The court had just come back from 2200 in Los Angeles. I've often speculated, in fact, that his description of Los Angeles in 2200 was the inspiration for the feature film Blade Runner, because Blade Runner was taken, the title was taken from another author, I believe William S. Burroughs, and the description was very similar to what Court said, with Spanish, or not Spanish, but Chinese and Japanese signs all over LA and that kind of reality, and a hotter, more humid California and so forth. And so there you go.
Okay. Okay. Well, we're 5 minutes over 3 hours. So maybe we should put a cap on this.
Well, it's up to you, Aaron. I'm good to go. I mean,
okay. Well, let's
strong.
Let's
took
see.
A nap this afternoon.
Is there anyone else that has any other questions? Let's see here. Okay, this one is from David Parsons. Where did you originally meet Buckminster Fuller, Andy?
I met Buckminster Fuller on the UCLA campus in October of 1981. I asked him for an interview. He gave me the address of his daughter, Allegra Fuller Snyder's house on Avenida de la Paz in Pacific Palisades, California. And I interviewed Buckminster Fuller in all-day sessions on October 20th and 21st of 1981. I had already gone to Mars twice, July and August of 1981. But being in my civilian persona as journalist and future lawyer Andrew D. Basiago, and not as lieutenant commander in the Navy that I was occupying, the name and the persona, or the mind, if you will, when I was going to Mars, I didn't discuss my Mars experiences with Bucky, although interestingly, he told me I had caught up to the universal process, whatever that was, the universal evolutionary process.
Oh.
He gave me a copy of his book, Critical Path, and signed it for me, and photocopied a copy of his recent work, Grudge of Giants. That was one of the last interviews of R. Buckminster Fuller. The other two having been done by Barbara Marx Hubbard, who was the futurist, who was the colleague of Alfred Weber in the Good News Network that year. And also this sort of occultic writer, Robert Anton Wilson, who had somewhat of a bad reputation for Satanism and other occultic beliefs or interests.
Oh, boy.
But he was also a futurist like Barbara Marx Hubbard or Alvin Toffler, or what Alfred would become the president. So he was a mix. Anyway, a number of people interviewed Buckminster Fuller about the meaning of his life and work. I will be bringing that interview out in the future so that it's just part of the historical record. Parts of it were published in the men's magazine, We Magazine, in October of 1982. Now, the interesting thing about Buckminster Fuller is he told me that when he lost his first daughter, who I believe was named Alexandra Fuller, when he was at I don't know if it was a Yale-Harvard game. I guess it was a Yale-Harvard game. Maybe an Army-Navy football game. He used to cheer for his team with like a pendant on a cane. And he had said to his daughter had said to him, "Please bring me a cane back, Daddy," when he went to the football game. And then she died when he was at the football game. Mm-hmm. And Bucky described for me how he didn't feel comfortable in life until he helped these people in the South Pacific fix their habitats with geodesic domes after a massive hurricane or typhoon. Mm-hmm. And the leader, the chief of the island village, gave him his cane with a hook on it and said, Bucky, this is your cane. This will go in the corner of your hut anytime you're invited to stay with us here in this village, in this area of the South Pacific, and you are always our guest here. You are our brother and our savior. Because he made, safer habitat for them with the geodesic dome.
Yeah.
Domes that he built there, which was really Bucky's thrust, was really safer, more efficient structures. And that was the primary thrust of his life, the Dymaxion process, as it were.
Yeah.
Synergetics, as he described it.
After
complex philosophy.
After hurricanes, the only thing that's left are geodesic domes. So why aren't geodesic domes the designated building for hurricane-prone areas?
Well, Bucky did also tell me that in addition to that incident, when his daughter Allegra Fuller-Snyder, who I met, she was a dance instructor at UCLA. I met her briefly, and his grandson Jamie Snyder at that house when I interviewed him. I met his aunt, his wife Ann Fuller. And Bucky and Ann passed within like 3 or 4 days of each other. They were so besottedly in love for such a long time, and such a beautiful, beautiful marriage. Bucky told me that he was certain that his daughter Allegra Fuller-Snyder was the reincarnation of his deceased daughter, because he would talk to her with knowledge of what they had done when his earlier daughter, earlier born and deceased daughter, Alexandra, was still alive. In other words, Allegra Fuller-Snyder was literally completing and continuing that relationship with Bucky. They didn't really dwell on reincarnation with me, but it was something we discussed. Now, when I worked with Norman Cousins beginning in 1982 on the California Bilateral Weapons Freeze Initiative of 82, I interviewed him in like 81, 82 about his ideas about world federalism. And then I was a colleague of Norman's and interviewing for UCLA from 1986 to 88. Norman, who was a close personal friend of Bucky, told me that Buckminster Fuller knew that he, Buckminster Fuller, was the reincarnation of Benjamin Franklin. And that's why Bucky got that office at like 350 Market Street in Philadelphia. We did not discuss that. And then I asked Norman, who do you think you were? And he said, well, I don't know. Maybe Thomas Jefferson. And I said, probably James Madison. Could also fit Norman's sort of diminutive height and so forth, like Madison. But Norman was such a compiler as sort of the rapporteur of sort of constitutional type meetings like Madison was. I think that Norman Cousins was probably a friend of Bucky's, or Bucky was Benjamin Franklin, just as I was Dr. Thomas Bond, a physician friend of Franklin. When I recovered many of my past life memories that I've been reviewing my whole life in dreams, daydreams, memories, regressions, I saw myself as Dr. Thomas Bond, and I finally explained that dream I had always had of putting up the nautical maps and illustrations of ships on the high seas at the house of Dr. Thomas Bond on 2nd Street in Philadelphia. I recovered the memory of meeting with Benjamin Franklin once in an alleyway in Philadelphia. And I said to him, as a physician, when Franklin was coming towards me, Ben, how are you doing, old man? How's your gout? And he said, as infernal as ever. So in plotting or patterning the fractal nature of multiple lives in the multiverse and in the path to ascendancy, to ascension as a human being, I frame this idea of fractals, including past life distractors. In other words, as a relatively obscure associate of Benjamin Franklin, a physician friend of his, Dr. Thomas Bond, my memory of the Revolutionary era certainly confirms both Walter Simcow's book, The Return of the Revolutionaries, many of whom have become, for example, media personalities and progressive philosophers in the solar age, or the new age, or the time-space age that we're now in, the current age. And also, when you listen to a past life memory and realize that the person isn't stating that they were some heroic man or woman from an illustrious past. But in my case, for example, this obscure Philadelphia physician, Thomas Bond. You then find, for example, that to the extent that he had one meeting with Franklin, or several, and in association with Franklin during the plotting of the revolution, I remembered, for example, the fact that drawing rooms were invented during the revolution ostensibly to draw the public into your house, but it was actually to plan meetings to plot the revolution and not gain the attention of the British, the Redcoats, who were occupying Philadelphia during a lot of that time period. You find that the very memories of me meeting Franklin when I was Dr. Thomas Bond in that lifetime correspond with helping Bucky tell the meaning of this life he lived, the recent life he led as Buckminster Fuller. Now, Benjamin Franklin was born in 1706, and Dr. Thomas Bond was 6 years younger. He was born in 1712. I hasten to say I was born in 1712 as Dr. Thomas Bond, or at least I have the memories of that person's life. Now, in this life, Bucky was born in 1895, and I in 1961. So we're not coming in and out of lives in the same linear progression. That is to say, maybe in my next life, I might be Buckminster Fuller, since it was such a wonderful experience to encounter our Buckminster Fuller in this life, as I encountered Benjamin Franklin in that life. So our lives aren't linear. There are fractals that redound in both directions. There seem to be distractive content that's inserted in each life to make us forget that we're born again as spirits that cannot die. And I just wanted to share with your public tonight, with our listeners, that Norman Cousins confirmed for me that our Buckminster Fuller knew that Buckminster Fuller was the reincarnation of none other than Benjamin Franklin.
Wow.
Interesting. Both of the landed gentry, the old settler stock in the New World, both with initials BF, both geometers, both distinguished, prolific inventors, both poets, both writers of witty epigrams as poets.
Witty epigrams. Hey, that's a new term I'm going to use.
Well, look at
witty epigrams.
Like
that.
Bucky's poem when he was at Yale as a visiting poet laureate at Yale. Life is a verb, and a statement by, let's say, Franklin on his tombstone about how he would be reissued in a later edition. That's right out of Bucky. So there are these fractals between both reincarnated spirits and lifetimes that I would urge all listeners to be mindful of.
Okay.
Your wife, Susan, may have been your sister or mother or whatever, or daughter or whatever in the last life, or you may have sang old Susanna. Now, in other words, there is content in multiple lives that tends to both inform and disinform us about our overall path via multiple incarnations towards our destiny, which is ascension, which is a beautiful thing to contemplate and to await.
Yes.
So anyway, Bucky was Franklin reincarnated.
Wow.
Fuller was Franklin.
That's really interesting.
That's what he believed, and that's what he told Norman Cousins.
Wow.
And I believe it because I was one of his associates in his life as Franklin, that I then assisted in telling his life story in this life.
Wow.
As a rookie reporter, Andrew DiBasciago for the UCLA Daily Bruin.
So
life is...
yeah, go ahead. Life is
more complicated than we could ever imagine.
It certainly is. Free Range Brain has had this question up here, so let's ask this one. Does the government have knowledge of the authenticity of the Book of Revelations, just like they had chronovision images of Jesus's crucifixion?
If so, it was never shared with me.
Okay.
But I would hasten to add that there was really no discussion of the eschatological predictions of the Bible, but there was that confirmation by my father of capturing and commenting upon it and seeing the resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth. That's why I said, when I was on the coast, that I was a Christian who had accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I really didn't mean that. I'm not a charismatic or an evangelical Christian. I'm a non-denominational Christian who recognizes the divinity of Jesus as an ascended being. I met some ascended beings who weren't Jesus when I was a kid, when I was 7 years old. I'm writing about those as we speak.
Wow.
Yeah, that experience. I didn't really mean that. I meant, just like Norman Cousins proved in his book, In God We Trust, the framers or the founders of our country, really we're talking about the founders, not the framers of the Constitution, who were some of the founders, had accepted the divinity of Jesus. They had accepted that he was who he said he was, and that he did what Scripture says he did, which is resurrect. But the sort of modern charismatic phraseology of having accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, that was a little bit of an improper expression of my faith. It's not really that type of fervor or universal kind of statement. I believe in Jesus' divinity, and I believe that, as he said, if you follow after me, you will become like me, which I think is a statement that if you become all loving, all just, all good, you will ultimately ascend.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that, for example, just by accepting Jesus, you can be forgiven of all these evil things that you might have committed. I think by their acts shall you know them, right? So I avoid kind of the axiomatic pretenses of the evangelical Christian position that just by having faith in Jesus, you will be saved. I suspect that everybody will be saved, but that doesn't mean that those who do evil things won't experience what Christianity seems to describe as hell, and Islam seems to speak of as the dark lands. But I think that probably, as we find in like the near-death literature provided by Daniel Brinkley in his book Embraced by the Light, or Saved by the Light, probably what happens during our judgment after a life is when we have hurt others, we will be hurt. We will sort of experience the good and the bad that we committed in this life. And that's probably pretty hellish when it's being reviewed. But as I said during last week's show, I can't get my mind wrapped around the idea that bad people will be saved just because of faith and accepting Jesus, and good people will be possibly damned to hell for one mistake because they haven't avowedly accepted Jesus. I just can't see the logic or the justice of that. Yeah. So I would urge people to consider that while the divinity of Jesus was proved, some of these axiomatic pretenses of modern religion are quite dubious and illogical, and I think should be challenged. That's what Bucky Fuller mentioned when he told me, look, I believe in God, and I'm interested in the story of Jesus, but religion sometimes plays tricks on people that make no sense. That's what he said to me, something like that. So I'll have to go back to the interview.
Now, Peggy Dancer is asking, there's some chatter in the chat about this. Aaron, can you ask what the correct spelling of Dr. Thomas M., or it starts with M? Thomas, I think it's one of your previous lives that you were talking about, possibly?
Dr. Thomas Bond?
Bond.
B-O-N-D?
Bond, B-O-N-D.
Like James Bond. It was Dr. Thomas Bond. In fact,
Bond.
That bed and breakfast is on 2nd Street, Philadelphia to this day. They made a bed and breakfast of Dr. Thomas Bond's home.
Okay.
And when I was there in 2013 to speak at the Free Your Mind conference in Philadelphia, there's this old lecture hall there that's been there from like the time of the Revolution and the abolition movement during the Civil War and so forth.
Okay.
I showed everybody there and I said, ladies and gentlemen, I know, like breakfast or something, I stood up and I said, see these paintings of these maps nautical maps and nautical ships at sea on the walls of this bed and breakfast for this revolutionary figure. I put them there. I've dreamt of hanging these since I was a child growing up in Morrison, New Jersey. So I said, I either psychically saw what Dr. Thomas Bond had done 200 years earlier, or I was Dr. Thomas Bond. So I wish you all a wonderful breakfast. And some people laughed and some people applauded, and we all went back to having our eggs and bacon and toast. So that's my story of Dr. Thomas Bond. If I wasn't Dr. Thomas Bond, I have his memories. For example, meeting Franklin in the alleyway to talk about. Franklin asked me to go up to Fort Ticonderoga and brief Washington about how to protect his troops from epidemic and nutritional diseases. So I advised him to have his forces dig their latrines like 2 feet from their tents and 18 inches deep, or vice versa, and import oranges and lemons from Georgia and Florida. So that's another fractal. I met Washington in that life as Dr. Thomas Bond, and then in this life when I was time traveling back to that time. Now the question has been asked, were you in, does that mean that you were in that same time as two different people? And the best way I can describe it is that notion of the fact that we're all like snakes rather than people, if you look at our whole movement through reality, which I think is an idea that the Tremalfadorian idea that owes to Kurt Vonnegut or Arthur C. Clarke or Ray Bradbury or something. It was in a sort of a novel that if you could show a human being through their whole life cycle, they're basically a snake that snakes through reality. When I went back to the time of Dr. Thomas Bond, I did so as the spirit, the embodied spirit that I presently am. So I was no longer Dr. Thomas Bond. That spirit had transited through multiple lifetimes and was my current self. So essentially my spirit was in two places at the same time, but not my body. One was held by Dr. Thomas Bond and one was held by Andy Basiago, U.S. child chrononaut. So, but anyway, that's one of the past lives that I've always remembered. I've studied and I've proved who I was. And I write about my book about the afterlife.
Incredible. Incredible. Your story never ceases to amaze me. It's
right. You know, by the way, regarding reincarnation, the life as Dr. Thomas Bond was not accessed when I was a kid on Pegasus. It was dreamed throughout from earliest childhood forward, and then I accessed it when I went into those past life regressions with Gail Dorr in San Luis Obispo, California, in the early 1990s. Okay, a good 22, 23 years later. But my life as Ben Snell, that Amherst College geometry professor and then later a political philosophy professor for like the late 1820s to 1876 when I died in that life, that was identified when I was on Pegasus. And multiple aspects of that life I've written down and then proven.
wow.
Like the fact that he had 5 daughters in that life and lost 2 of them at around age 40 and then around age 60. I even remember what I said to somebody at the funeral of the second daughter. So that geometry professor at Amherst has now been proven. And I'll tell in the Afterlife book how I came up with it, and the Pegasus story, the Pegasus memoir, how I provided the name, the very unusual name of the man who hired me at Amherst. I want to keep that confidential until the books are published.
Okay.
Just so it's not taken by somebody
Sure.
confabulating my experiences into theirs, which has been the problem, right?
Right.
Of the whole field of the truth movement.
Right.
But the identity of that life that I was shown when I was regressed on Project Pegasus as a 9-year-old in 1970, that person is entirely known. And it's a rather a sense of melancholy when I think about how I felt in the 1870s when I was approaching death in that life about the fact that Amherst had scarcely moved beyond its original quadrangle. There is a quadrangle drive there, and that was one of the dozens of things about Amherst from its history that I shouldn't know. And I have the archivist there. I think his name was Mike Kelly, to thank for all the questions I asked about Amherst that were confirmed based on my memories being then verified by the history of Amherst. So it's an interesting study of what I believe is the reality of reincarnation. But I would invite everybody to read it when it comes out, just to consider the question. I do know that we have a spirit that does not die. That's a wonderful thing, but it's something that's kind of a fearsome thing too. It should make us realize that the law of cause and effect and of karma is in place. It cannot be suspended.
Yes. Here's a question that is asked by Jacob Waters, our friend Jacob Waters. Thanks for the question.
I remember Jacob, yes.
Andy, were you ever able to identify the child that appeared in the fountain? If not, have you narrowed down a few ideas? Yes, he has. So go ahead.
Yes. I know his name. First, middle, and last. I know the date of his birth in 1961. In fact, it was April 28th of 1961. I'll use that to identify this person, but I will not provide his name until he gives me the permission to discuss his injury. I talked to him in around 2005 and 6, and he acknowledged his memory of teleporting to New Mexico, but I did not realize at the time that he was the boy who lost his feet. I then verified that by, for example, comparing notes to my Mount View Road School contemporary Mark DePrimo, who's 4 years older, who teleported to New Mexico with me in like 1972, and a bunch of other kids. And we remembered who that person was who lost his feet. So we have the identity of that person, born April 28th of 1961. And, when I tried to get back in touch with him, his brother shut me down, he shut me down, his employer shut me down. He is sort of a protected person. And it may be because he's now lost his leg as a result of, sadly, losing his feet teleporting to New Mexico. I want to bring him forward as a time-space hero.
Yeah, he is.
Who paid the price
He did.
for the courage of time travel when we in time travel were young. And it bothers me no end that I did reach him in, like 2005 or 6, even 2004. And he remembered teleporting, but I didn't say, well, listen, do you have your feet? Or do you have prosthetic feet? He would have said, yeah, because we know he does have prosthetic feet. I've just been unable to get him on the phone to talk to him about the fact that whatever cover story he was sort of mind controlled to believe, he did not lose his feet playing too close to the train tracks. As one of my brothers said to me when he did lose his feet, he said, your friend blankety blank looks like he lost his feet getting too close to the train tracks. He must have been mind controlled to believe that.
Sure.
Because when I saw him bounding around on the rubber grommet he had been given for prosthetic feet, one of the little girls at Mount View came over to me and said, this gentleman, blankety blank, this kid, has fake feet. So because stem cell research hasn't advanced, or the med has apparently not been disclosed enough or advanced to the point of literally restoring somebody's feet after they've lost them, he must still be on at least prosthetic feet, if not prosthetic legs. Or no legs and feet, confined to a wheelchair like Connie Chavez was. So I'm pained no end to the inability to get to this person and say, you should have gotten millions of dollars from the U.S. government, not $50,000 per limb. Imagine that, losing your legs, your feet at age 9 and getting a $100,000 settlement in
Man.
70.
Man.
It was ridiculous.
Terrible.
It was an outrage.
It's horrible.
But my dad said that there was an insurance policy where our families, on behalf of us, would be put in trust $50,000 per limb. So that individual lost his feet. It was a $100,000 settlement with the DOD. Wow. Ridiculous.
It's
an outrage.
Horrifying. Terrible. Terrible.
That's why I worked for the Vietnam veterans who'd been exposed to Agent Orange, White, and Blue. Getting that chief demographic study of Agent Orange knocked off the UCLA campus in the 80s when I was writing for the Daily Bruin. Because I believed in the service of our Vietnam veterans, and I did not want to see their deleterious health effects, their health problems, their genetic problems from these defoliant cast into the dustbin of history by the Department of Defense in a cover-up. I was outraged by that mentality, that practice.
Yeah. This doesn't seem fair.
We must pay our national heroes, not pension them on ridiculously low pensions. Giving Buzz Aldrin $700 a month after coming back from the moon?
What?
I mean, come on.
Oh, my.
I confirmed that through one of Buzz's ex-wives. Now, that person is a friend of mine presently. I met Buzz and his daughter Jan. I didn't discuss that with Buzz, but one of his ex-wives did. She would have no reason to lie about that. She still likes and admires Buzz. He's a very likable and admirable American and human being. With a good sense of humor. So, I don't think we should be pensioning our injured veterans in such a cheap way. That is totally indefensible when you look at these Robidignians, right? These gargantuan earnings being paid some Americans. $111 billion for the Elon Musks and the Bill Gates and the Mark Zuckerbergs and the Jeff Bezos. It's just gotten ridiculous. The oligarchs must fall and be constrained to $500 million fortunes, like Bruce Springsteen and Barbara Streisand, okay? Dolly Parton, not enjoy these multi-$100 billion fortunes. Why are time travelers who lost their feet got paid $100,000 in 1970 or 1970 dollars? It's just ridiculous.
Oh,
it's an outrage.
Yes. I have another Gary McCusker question. This is an easy one, I think. What other places of historical interest were you or others time traveled to?
Well, I don't think my historical interest. I was teleported in real time to Saudi Arabia to Ralph M. Parsons' job site. I was teleported to the Five Points neighborhood of New York City in around 1905. I was teleported to the Dutch countryside in around 1800. Indonesia in real time. Washington State in real time. That army base up there is escaping me. New Mexico, Arizona in real time. Arizona in like 100 million BC. The Civil War.
Interesting.
The Revolutionary era. They're pretty much all places that I've described. Things of both ordinary types of places, particularly historically significant periods. Gettysburg, Ford's Theater when Lincoln was shot. That would pretty much determine whether I'd be given like period clothing before going or not. That are pretty much whether it was an auspicious time and place or just an ordinary one. They didn't care that I was wearing a plaid tailored shirt and blue jeans and some PF Flyer sneakers when I was sent to the Dutch countryside in 1800. Those Dutch farmers weren't going to accept Jabberland Dutch what I was wearing on my feet, right? Or it might have been like khaki construction boots or whatever, you know. They were just wondering whether this boy was English and had floated across the English Channel to Holland. You know.
Wow.
So I was dressed as a Union Bugle boy who sent me to Gettysburg to see Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not all the time. They didn't care. When they sent us to the Sedona, Arizona area in antiquity to drop off that radio song, or to the time of the dinosaurs around 190 BC, the period of vegetarian dinosaurs where we couldn't be eaten, right? They didn't care what we were wearing because the dinosaurs weren't going to notice, right? So it varied. Sometimes I had just like a white or blue t-shirt, blue jeans, like maybe a brown belt. Sometimes I had my my black dress shoes. Sometimes I had my sneakers. Sometimes I had my khaki work boots. When I was going to Mars, I often had sort of either my khaki work boots or these kind of like almost like Nike Calduran type hiking boots. But that era, you know. But we were also dressed like in specialty clothing with shoes when it mattered. Like I'd been dressed in those spanking brand new street shoes when they sent me to Gettysburg. So I'd look the role of a classy Union Bugle boy in his, you know, spanking brand new Union Bugle boy suit of that era. But then I got those old sort of boot-like civilian dress shoes that John Lawrence Barnes gave me. You can kind of see them under my pants in that picture. We're kind of like a high top to them. And those just fell totally apart when we came back. Right. So it really varied whether we had period clothing and whether we kept that period clothing on or were given substitute period clothing when we were in country in some past or future time-space location.
Okay. Here's a
change-ups in our gear, so to speak.
Here's a question that I'm positive that you've answered before, but let's give it another go. This person, okay. I'm guessing CJ is from Australia because he starts off by saying, "G'day, Andrew. Could you please specify at what time and age you jumped with Obama or Sotoro?"
I was going to Mars between age 19 and 22. Okay. July of 81, I was 2 months shy of my 20th birthday. And then August of 1984, when I was a month shy of my 23rd birthday. A month or two after graduating from UCLA with a BA in history, after having also earned a BS in advanced math/operations research that was not granted because it was secret. On June 15th of 84. That was when I graduated from UCLA. Now, Barry Sotoro, which was the name that Obama was then using, was trained with us in August of 80 and was going to Mars during the early year or two of our experiences. He may have been also on that last jump in 84. But I ran into him in summer of 83 in Los Angeles. He was taller, looked different, looked older, had his hair different, was using a different name, Barack Obama, rather than Barry Sotoro. Not Sotero, as Alex Jones inserted into the discussion, but Sotoro, which Obama's all the records prove, you know, from kindergarten in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Barry Sotoro, Muslim. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Not born in America.
And I don't remember him being involved that whole 3-year period, but certainly we were trained with him, and he was going up there during the first several years, and maybe that last trip to Mars that I took.
Yeah.
Okay. That was pretty much it. I saw him once going up the steps up from Lot 6 at UCLA between North and South Campus with like Kirchhoff Hall and Paolo Library on the left, and then like Belter Hall, Math Science, Division of the school over on the right. And I said to him, because the discussion at that going away party in summer of '80 and my later contact with him on Mars, I didn't let slip about Mars because I always avoided that when I was in, when I was back on Earth. There was only like a couple times where I even mentioned it to anybody. Like that time that girl asked me that question of where the dust on my boots came from.
Yeah.
When we were in one of Roger Daniel McGrath's History of the American West classes, which essentially led to the creation of the History Channel, which wrote with Roger's work.
Wow.
Roger became a great friend and ally of mine. But I'm walking up that stairway from Lot 6 at UCLA, and Obama was walking along with either Michelle, and she was Michael, or Michelle's brother. I forget what his name was, Robinson. And I said, to what do I owe the privilege of again meeting the first black president of the United States? I was just teasing him, right? I was razzing him. He turned around, but either Michelle, when she was still Michael, or her brother, whoever it was, turned around and laughed and smiled at him. Okay, that's the last I saw of Obama. We did not remain allies. I did not have any contact with him until it was indirect contact when Bernie Mendez spoke with him through an intermediary when he was president. And he stated from the intermediary of him, Barack Obama, to my Mars colleague, Bernard Mendez. I remember the program. I remember Andy Basiago vividly, because of course I had roomed with him and been on the surface with him numerous times and trained with him. And I was quite a colorful character at that time. A very outspoken and sort of jocular in my sense of humor. A college student, right? Writ large, right?
Right.
And but he said to the intermediary, then on to Mendez, but my memories of Project Mars, the program as we called it, are vague and dreamlike. Now that was honest information from Obama, or Toro as his name was, right? But he then made fun of us and denied it by saying on like the Stephen Colbert show that the only contact he had with Martians was watching Marvin of the Martians on Saturday morning cartoons with Malia and Sasha, his daughters. So that is kind of what led to the resentment of Obama by the Mars astronauts. We were coming forward to be paid, to being recognized, to getting our military decorations, and he stymied all of that as a fellow astronaut who had also put his life at risk by going to Mars and via that means of getting there. We could have ended up missing the red planet, being stranded there, being eaten on the surface as some were, killed on the surface as some were, come back to Earth at the wrong time, had our brains scrambled as some of us did because of perturbations of the arcs, the aeronautical repositioning chambers. One of the Mars astronauts who shall remain nameless told somebody, I forget his name, that, it's in my notes, that he would just spontaneously sometimes just go back to a lifetime in the Old West, as if the aeronautical repositioning chamber had screwed up his think in his lifetime spiritually. So we were angry at Obama, not for being Obama, not for possibly marrying a transsexual. That was all the sideshow that was being built up around the Obama presidency. We were angry because he had desecrated our service and our valor as American astronauts.
Yes. I have a question from Operation Shutdown. Andrew mentioned you remembered all of your Pegasus experiences, but didn't remember the Mars jumper experience because they were erased from his memory. Eventually, he overcame the memory block. Does he recall what technique they used initially to block his memories, and how did he finally become overcome the block?
Well, in Pegasus, they used physical torture.
Ooh.
And as you may recall, when they placed me in that leather workbench, a medical bench, and put these huge needles all the way up my spine, from my coccyx up to the back of my head, virtually, and gave me that utterly evacuating headache, and had me recount everything that happened to me in Project Pegasus. It was toward the end of my fifth grade year, 1972, before I moved to California.
Okay.
I said to myself, I am not going to forget. And through that assertion of human will, human spirit, if you will, one kid from Morrison, New Jersey, defeated the entire U.S. Department of Defense in keeping time travel secret and the very devices we were using. So that's really another thrust of my telling of my experiences, to contextualize the fact that the human spirit is invincible. We shall prevail. And one child from Morris Plains, New Jersey, defeated all those Donald Rumsfeld who threatened my life and tortured me and gave me an evacuating headache as a fifth grader to forget my experiences. I never did. As I've described for years, I told my elementary school, junior high school, professional, law school, Cal Poly grad school, and Cambridge grad school classmates of my experiences. I never forgot them.
Wow.
Now, we all didn't have our memories erased. That would mean permanently gone. We had our memories suppressed by the American reverse engineered version of the Soviet LIDA machine, LIDA, that Ed Ames was using on us when we'd get back to El Segundo. That remained locked in our heads for about 25 years. I was having flashbacks when I was writing The Discovery of Life on Mars, but I was still pretty much blocked. I remembered my memories of Mars in 2009, and then they really came forward when I hooked up with Brett Stillings and Bernie Mendez and William Whitecrow and Ken Johnston Sr. and the other brave Americans who went with me. We basically worked around each other's memory blocks and said, oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, we were having our memories suppressed after each trip there via ARC. It was not funny. I mean, one time, one of my UCLA classmates almost popped the cyanide capsule I had in that little bag to suicide when I was on the Red Planet, if I had to, into his own mouth. And I leaped at him, and I grabbed the little plastic bag of cyanide. I said, no, it really is cyanide. I really am going to Mars. And I mentioned that time about that time I said to that co-ed at UCLA that, oh, no, that's the red dust of Mars there on my hiking boots or my khaki construction boots.
That's cool.
So I got to get some more of those. I haven't worn one of those pairs since then. But anyway, they're cool. They're cool shoes. Anyway, I didn't go around at UCLA talking about Mars. For example, I was writing for the Daily Bruin in like 81, 2, 3, and even later. And I simply didn't talk about it. I didn't talk about Mars when I was working with Bill McCousin. I didn't tell Jean-Michel Cousteau that I had been on Mars when I was writing for the Cousteau Society. I'm sure Dr. Richard C. Murphy, the Vice President of Science and Education for the Cousteau Society, would have loved that information. He was an anthropologist and marine biologist of great insight and knowledge and humanity. I just wasn't remembering my experiences on Mars. I didn't tell Pamela Stacey, my editor for the Calypso log at the Cousteau Society. I didn't tell my law school classmates, my graduate school classmates, but I was always letting slip about being in a secret defense project as a kid and sometimes describing what we were doing. Now, I was so blocked, however, when I did immediately go to California and was no longer in Pegasus, that one of the kids said to one of the other kids on the playground at Germain Street School in Chatsworth, California, my 6th grade elementary school. visor, and the kid swiped the other kid's visor off his head and started running away.
Mm-hmm.
But I remembered the word chronovisor. So my grasp of certain like technical terms was still suppressed and gradually unraveled because my spirit defeated the torture that was used to make me forget everything.
Wow. Well, I have a little comment here from Jacob Waters, and then I think we probably should wrap it up because we're almost 4 hours, and that's a long time. Jacob Waters says, I always thought it was a Mandela effect, me remembering seeing Andrew Basiago on the Colbert Report. So he thinks he might have seen you on there. So maybe there's another Andrew Basiago on another timeline doing that. Who knows?
Well, I went on the Colbert Report being told by Jeff Cooper, Colbert's producer that I dealt with, that Stephen Colbert wanted to interview me about teleportation and its potential to relieve our reliance on Middle Eastern oil.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Wow.
And then they betrayed me and made a laughingstock out of me by filming me at the wrong angle, asking me bizarre, farcical questions. Like one time Jeff Cooper said, how can we use teleportation and get off of cars? What will people who sell car deodorizers do? And I actually started laughing. It was such a ridiculous comment. So they were doing that to me intentionally. At the end of that appearance, they then sort of tried to defame me as the gay lover of Barack Obama, which was, again, all about the things that were being thrown at Barry when he became president, which was none of my work. I'm not a homophobe. I'm not a hater. I'm not an anti-black. Dr. Martin Luther King, Rayford Johnson.
Very few people are.
Some of my heroes. Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, most people are nice people.
I accept people of all backgrounds. So that whole attempt to defame Obama in one way or the other was not my work. It was not my thrust. Right.
So you were actually.
But they nonetheless tried to associate me with it by throwing that Obama gay card at me at the end of that show. Wow. That was wrong. That was evil. That was defamatory. I'm straight. Okay, I'm spoken for and straight. Okay, so that is how evil the deep state uses its TV and radio networks to defame American heroes.
Yes.
And Stephen Colbert can take a flying fuck at the moon. If I ever meet him, I'm going to punch him in the face. Yeah. He is a government operative, a classic example of the servant of the deep state in mainstream media, and he can go suck an egg. He is a cosmic asshole and a media jackal of the highest order for defaming me on the Colbert Report.
Garbage.
The assistant
Garbage.
Former NBC editor Jeff Cooper. What a cosmic asshole they both are.
Garbage shows. Garbage television. Yeah.
Garbage. I mean, would you take, let's say, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin or any of the other 12 Americans who walked on the moon and try to suggest that they were the gay lovers of the sitting president? Mm-mm. Is it any business of what the sexual orientation or practice is between consenting adults? It is of any American adult?
No.
Is there anything gained by making a laughingstock or a discrimination victim of the first black man to reach the White House? It was all negative. I opposed all of that shit.
Yeah.
And I resent it, and I'm angry at the mainstream media for even having a show like the Colbert Report. Somebody should take Stephen Colbert on the street or at a conference and give him the swift kick in the butt that our brave astronaut, Dr. Edgar Mitchell, gave to Bart Sabrell for asking him to swear on a Bible that he had walked on the moon. Okay, that's as low as Stephen Colbert and his producer that I worked with, Jeff Cooper. They lied to me. They said, we want to do a show about teleportation and its potential to alleviate our reliance on Middle Eastern oil supplies.
Wow.
What dishonest.
Yes. Garbage.
nonsense.
Garbage. Well, you know,
And,
they're paying the
lying.
price. They're paying the price. All of mainstream media is paying the price for lying to the people so long, putting out nothing but garbage because nobody's watching it. Nobody is watching it anymore. It's just amazing. The numbers came out, the ratings, and mainstream media is not doing very well. In fact, shows like this, not this one in particular, but citizen journalism is
podcast and
getting
alternative media. Yeah.
way more viewers, millions more than what the mainstream's getting. So,
Well, I'm doing Gary Anderson's show now on Night Dreams Talk Radio, and Gary's pulling 2 million live listeners and like 5 to 10 million listeners on a replay. Are any of these TV shows in the mainstream media getting that?
no,
I'm afraid not.
no.
And Gary's show is a radio show. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, the mainstream media needs to know that its days are numbered.
Oh, yeah.
They also need to know that in the fullness of time, their dishonesty and their moral compromise, their evil, if you will be known, and they will be known as jackals and villains in history. And that's what Stephen Colbert and his producer Jeff Cooper will be known as.
Yeah.
Now, that's what I wrote Barack Obama about in July of 2020. I said, Barry, you cannot continue to lie about the fact that you went to Mars and you're a former American astronaut. 7 of your fellows have come forward. Okay, 1 is deceased, but 6 are still alive and kicking and doing interviews all over the world. Hundreds have already been done. Hundreds of different interviews are in private databases. You are not going to be able to suppress this. Just because you do the Colbert show and BS, it doesn't work.
Right.
Okay? So I'm sure that the truth is ultimately winning.
Oh, yeah. It
When we
is.
compare the numbers of the
Big time.
what's called the alternative media and the mainstream media.
Yep. Yeah, we're doing it. We are the news now, and we have to guard it carefully because
Well, if we are, Ed, let's insist on ethical journalism. The search for true history, not mere allegation by fantasists.
mhm. Well, Andy, it's 4 hours and 2 minutes. This is this is the longest show I've ever done. I want to thank you for devoting this amount of time to answering these questions, and thank you to everyone and asking the questions. But thank you so much, Andrew, for doing this.
In closing, Aaron, I'd like to reiterate a specific point.
Okay.
In life, one of the great blessings we have is the fellowship of other human beings. And in a broader sense, something we can enjoy and savor, as it were, is not only our own abilities and accomplishments and expressions, but it's the expressions of gifted people. Somebody whose music has always reached me on every level, whether it was Rocky Mountain High or High Calypso or Flying for Me about the Challenger astronauts or Shanghai in China or anything that John Denver did, was that great American songwriter and singer and guitarist John Dukendorf, who used the trade name John Denver.
Yes.
And when I tried to renew the inquiry into John's untimely death in October of 1997, it was because he was an anti-war activist in the early 70s who would have been in Department of Defense and intelligence agency databases. A popping sound like a rifle shot or a pistol shot was heard before his plane went into a steep dive.
Wow.
His accident was investigated by a journalist who's been accused of being a sensationalist, but who, in my view, in my experience, has been a very diligent questing journalist, the very American TV journalist who was the first to show us the Zapruder film of President Kennedy's assassination, namely the individual who, in telling the story of abuses by the Willowbrook Disabled Hospital or Mental Hospital in New York, won every prize in journalism, and that is Geraldo Rivera. Geraldo Rivera was a personal friend of John Denver. John Denver served on the board of the Cousteau Society, which was so important of a formative experience in my young life as a writer, the late 80s, when I wrote for them. And in light of the profound enjoyment of John's music and the inspiration I've drawn from it, I believe the inquiry into his death has not been investigated enough. And to the extent that Dr. Pepper proved that Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated by the U.S. military for his transition from being a civil rights leader to an anti-war leader, perhaps John was killed because of his transition from being an anti-war activist to the John Denver that we know. Mm-hmm. So in mentioning that speculation, that question tonight, it was to honor the memory of a great American, a great human being. I think that what John did in his life was really prolific and inspiring. It was a lot of really inspired, beautiful music, and very original, yes, and heartfelt, beautiful, and honest and real. In that sense, it was the essence of great writing, which is to be sincere. Okay, so I wanted to discuss this not to inject conspiracy theory into John's death or trouble his loved ones or question the FAA or NTSB findings on his death, but just to emphasize the fact that in my view, having reviewed the story and the video coverage of those reports, I'm not buying it. I believe he may have been assassinated.
Wow. And
I believe that we should honor those who have gone before us, who have been taken out because they were calling for peace.
Wow. So sad.
And so that's why I introduced this question about the possible cause of John Denver's death. Okay. That man I met in Houston said, well, who would want to kill John Denver? And I said, well, who would want to kill Abby Hoffman? Who would want to kill Jerry Rubin? Who would want to kill Jim Morrison? Who would want to kill JFK and RFK?
Yeah.
I mean, who would want to kill Dag Hammarskjöld? Remember how Dag was killed negotiating a peace in the Katanga province of the Belgian Congo? For years, it was said his plane went down, just like they said John's plane went down, John Denver's plane. Well, we now know that Dag Hammarskjöld is what Secretary General of the UN had his plane shot down, and then he was shot on the surface by Rhodesian mercenaries. Now, I have always had some of Dag's memories. In my Afterlife book, I speculate as to whether that was one of my past lives. When I was asked by our friend Inger Vincent, who was Countess Glockenspiel of Sweden, who's our next door neighbor in Chatsworth, California, but she was the Swedish countess because she was the first cousin of King Gustav of Sweden. She said, well, Andy, if you were Dag Hammarskjöld, where were you born? I turned to Inger and said, John Koning. Okay, but anyway, we now know that Dag, the first Secretary General of the UN to win the Nobel Peace Prize, although posthumously, right, after his death on September 18th, 1961, the day of my birth.
Wow.
Hello.
Wow.
Did not die in a plane crash. He was shot down by these white racists from Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, right? But from Rhodesia, who wanted him dead because he was making peace between some black folks in Central Africa.
Sad. That
in their weird, twisted worldview would somehow affect their apartheid policies in South Africa and Rhodesia. Mm-hmm. Okay, not true. Anyway, we have to use the truth to frame reality, because we're actually living in a world in which, as we found with Dr. Pepper's book, James Earl Ray did not kill Dr. King. The U.S. military did. They always defend their permanent interest, which is the war fighting capability. If you embody the anti-war position, you are putting a target on your back. When I called for a 50% reduction in military spending and the creation of a Department of Peace to balance the Department of War, which is now called the Department of Defense, when I ran for president in 2016,
right,
maybe my vision and kidney functions were damaged by directed energy weapons.
Could be.
Because of my position. Maybe not so much because I had a chance of becoming president, but I had the country's ear as a regular guest on Coast to Coast AM, the world's largest radio audience at that time. So, in explicating true history, we want to go back and let everybody know how reality is truly structured. How many people fighting for peace in the 60s knew that they might die as a result, that leaders in their movement would be assassinated by the U.S. government? Well, they were. Okay. So I really hesitate to end tonight's show on a down note like that, but it's really about uncovering true history to protect each other from, for example, being murdered for fighting for peace. I think we should all seek peace and seek peaceful relations among everyone.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if we literally say the U.S. government shouldn't be able to go to war, we are coming up against a fearsome reality. I also came up against that Defense Department when I yesed them and said, oh, sure, I won't talk about those time travel devices. And then I gave, 500 radio shows and 10 TV shows,
Awesome.
all originating in 15 countries on multiple continents, as well as lecture appearances in 3 countries. So
Wow.
I'm speaking out to protect myself, but I'm also discussing things like the assassination of Martin Luther King and the U.S. military's involvement in it, and the possible involvement in of an assassin, if you will, in the murder of John Denver, because I want people to protect themselves from what those great Americans embodied, which was the position that it is peace that we must demand. Well, that's not the Defense Department's position. Okay.
Wow.
I know some generals, and they know that there are times when this country must exercise the war-fighting capability, like to defend us from evil people, to bring down evil regimes, and so forth. There are just and unjust wars.
Oh, yeah.
And in framing the opposition to the Vietnam War, which was arguably an unjust war, the anti-war movement embraced the antinomianism of the anti-war ideology, the anti-war position. And that is dangerous. Now, John didn't embody that during his career as a great American musician and songwriter, but he certainly embodied that when he was jumping all over the Capitol steps to take those pictures of John F. Kerry when he was speaking after appearing for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee as the leading Vietnam veteran against the war. That made John Kerry's career. And it was John Denver that was recording that in photographs for all time.
Wow. Not
somebody who was writing Calypso and Rocky Mountain High, okay? So, I think we have to embrace the potential of the truth movement, not only to protect ourselves from secrets that we know, but protect everyone from patterns of social organization that have not been fully explained to them.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. You say it ever so eloquently, as always. Thank you so much. And I have to thank Jacob Waters. He came in with a last minute super chat, and he says, thank you, Andy and Aaron, for your hard work.
Well, thank you, Jake. I appreciate that. And thank you, Gary McCusker, for your always inquisitive questions. You have a very active mind. I admire that. You've always been digging for the truth. And that's what we're all doing, right? We're all sharing the truth or trying to decipher it and shared by others. And it's all good. And I salute you for your effort.
And I want to also mention this chat that Free Range Brain put out there. He said, listening to Andrew gives me faith in the human race. So you're still doing it.
Thank you. We're all, as Mr. Fuller said, or no, it was Norman Cousin. We are all brain cells in a brain with 7 billion cells. That brain is called humanity. Buckminster Fuller called him Bucky B. He was keeping all these records of Bucky B, of his passage through life. In other words, he was an example of one of those 7 billion brain cells named Buckminster Fuller. Another person, an average, ordinary person who was striving for great accomplishments, great improvements of life on Earth. I was fortunate enough to be inspired by such gentlemen as a young man, as well as Captain Cousteau, and I never forgot it. And that's what inspired me to bring forward my information. So I thank you for that kind compliment. It truly is. But it's something that is within the reach of all of us.
Yes.
We should let our reach exceed our grasp, so we strive for better and better things. But we should remember that everything that human beings have done, we can do. As President Kennedy said, the human mind is the ultimate resource.
Yes, it sure is. And, Andy, after 4 hours and 17 minutes, people are probably wanting more, and we're going to want to hear from you again in the near future. But thank you so much for doing this show tonight. And I think we should. Thank you, Aaron.
Let me just mention that you've been a very thoughtful friend. And, I decided to enter into a colleagueship with you over these broadcasts because you're doing something that I think we all have to apply in our search for the truth, which is you're applying a non-egoic style to the truth. Just as it's never about Andy fundamentally, it's never about Aaron or any of us. It's about all of us and our group interest aboard this tiny planet called Earth. As President Kennedy said, the American University Street that Norman Cousins wrote for him. And that's really what should guide our work. I don't believe the position that some people are taking, that everybody has their stories, because some are making them up. That's not true. But everybody matters.
Right.
And nobody specifically matters for being themselves, but everybody matters. Right?
Nobody.
Cousteau used to say, it's not people and public controversies and so forth that matters. Principles, programs, and projects. Principles, programs, and projects. What matters is the doing that achieve worthy human principles that helps implement them for the betterment of everyone. That's what Captain Cousteau was articulating.
Awesome.
And I agree. So that's what we should be our focus on, the truth of it. Not so-and-so said this, so-and-so said that. But this person said this, and I kind of have evidence of that. But they said this, and I'd like to explain possible contradictions like with that, which is what kind of like Gary McCusker did tonight, and so forth. But it's ultimately not about the individual, but the truth.
It is. The truth rocks. Thank you again, and good night, Andy.
Good night, Aaron.
Good night.
God bless. Thank you.
Good night, and God bless. Thank you, everyone.